Welcome back, brothers, to Lorehammer. Tonight we have an epic meetup with Tyberos of the Cacaradons and that Silent King. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for your support. I've been absolutely killing it. Now, let's get into the madness.
The first scream came through the astropathic choir as a burst of blood and static. Tahu had heard men die before. He had heard them drown in burst compartments, heard them choke through punctured lungs, and scream as ruptured plasma conduits boiled the flesh from their bones. He had heard press-ganged voidsmen beg for the Emperor, with their intestines hanging in their hands. None of that prepared him for the sound that spilled from the choir vaults, beneath the command deck of the Nicor. It was not a human cry for help. It was too long for that, too broken. It came in wet, tearing pulses, as if a mind rather than a throat were being peeled open. The iron walls of the battle barge carried the vibration upward through the deck plates, and every man on command heard it without needing to be told what it was. Some crossed themselves with the sign of the Aquila. Some bowed their heads. One of the younger bondsmen clenched his jaw until blood ran down his chin from where he bit through the inside of his mouth. Tahu did not move. He stood at his assigned station beneath the shadow of the command throne, stylus in one hand, slate in the other, and kept his eyes lowered. Another scream came, then another, then there was silence. Not peace, not relief. Silence in the way a mausoleum was silent after the lid had been nailed shut. The Nicor sailed on through the black. Around her, the other grey warships of the Cacaradons' Astra moved in predatory formation, running dark through the corpse light of the Ghoul stars. Their hulls were old, hard-edged, scar-thick with wars that no Imperial archive would ever fully remember. There was little glory to them, no bright heraldry, no polished splendor. They looked like execution tools dragged from the bottom of a dead sea. Ahead, the Varax system turned in pallid gloom around two weak suns, the color of infected marrow. Their light fell sick across the auger displays, touching a wilderness of drifting wrecks, extinguished watch, stations, broken pilgrim craft, ore haulers with their cargo moors hanging open, and the carcasses of defense monitors that no longer answered challenge hails. The void itself looked wrong. Tahu had no language for that which a navigator might have named, and an astropath might have feared, but he felt it all the same. Space should have been empty. Here it seemed bruised. Dark veins of debris stretched across the system like old clotting through stagnant blood. Ships drifted with all lamps dead and no drives burning, turning slowly in the weak starlight, like bodies in black water. Even on the command deck, where machine chant and status reports should have imposed order, there was an unclean stillness. Men lowered their voices without knowing why. Servitors twitched and paused as if their crude machine spirits balked at something unseen beyond the armor glass. At the center of that silence stood Tyberos. The chapter master loomed before the hololithic system display like some abyssal idol dragged from the trench floor of a forgotten world. Terminator plate made him immense. His armor was a predatory bulk of ceramite and old scars, its grey surfaces marked by campaign runes, kill sigils, and the patient abuse of centuries. Nothing about him was ornamental. He was too vast to be mistaken for a man, and too controlled to be called a beast, though the instincts he radiated were all of the hunt. His great gauntlets hung at his sides like paired instruments of execution. The deck crew gave him distance without command. Even the other Astartes on the bridge seemed to orbit him rather than stand near him. He had not spoken since translation into the system. A male serf in Vox harness bowed low at the edge of the throne dais. "Lord Chapter Master, more watch stations have failed in the inner belt. Station Kepros does not answer. Station Helion does not answer. Pilgrim traffic from the shrine lanes has ceased." Tyberos did not turn. The hololith cast corpse-green light over the brutal angles of his armor. One red rune after another faded from the system map. Tahu swallowed. The sound seemed too loud in his own skull. Then the primary augur officer, a scarred veteran serf with half his face rebuilt in brass and synth skin, said what all of them feared. Multiple hulks ahead, Lord. Imperial signatures. No active power. No life signs worth the naming. One of the space marines at the forward station, clad in the void black and ash grey of the chapter, inclined his helmeted head. Permission to close and board. Tyberos gave a single nod. That was all. No exhortation, no declaration, no prayer. The order passed like a blade through cloth. The Nikkor altered course, and the fleet turned with her. Tahu watched the nearest hulk swell upon the display. It had once been an orbital customs and watch station, a thick-spoked cylinder wrapped in defense emplacements and docking arms. Now it turned slowly above the darkness of Varax Primus, all of its lumen strips dead, its vox towers bent, one docking ring sheared entirely away. It had been opened along one flank, not shattered by macro shelling. Opened. Its armor had curled outward in strips, as if a patient hand had peeled back metal to expose the meat within. When the first boarding force made ready, Tahu was ordered to accompany them. His guts turned cold, but he bowed and obeyed. That was the law of his life. He was a chapter thrall. He served where commanded, witnessed what he was allowed to witness, and died when his masters deemed his death useful. He rode to the station in the belly of a boarding cutter, with 10 other serfs strapped into crash racks behind a squad of red brethren. The Terminators sat in utter stillness, vast forms chained into place by restraint clamps that groaned under their weight. Their armor was older and heavier than that worn by the line brethren on the command deck. Deep scars furrowed the plates, trophies hung where practical function permitted them. Their helms were expressionless, but nothing about them was blank. Tahu felt watched by all of them, judged and discarded in the same instant. No one spoke during transit. The cutter shuddered as mag clamps bit into dead metal. The assault ramp dropped. Air rushed out past them carrying the stink of old blood, machine oil, and opened flesh. The red brethren moved first. Their advance was not hurried. It was ritual. Bolters raised, Auspex sweeping, each step a measured claim upon the dark. Tahu and the other serfs followed in their wake, boots slipping on decks filmed with dried black-red smears. The station had died badly. Bulkheads were scored smooth in long bands, not by shell impact or melter burn, but by some precise flaying force that had stripped away plating and paint alike. Hab walls had been opened from within, exposing chambers littered with prayer slips, ration tins, broken icons, and the dead. The corpses made Tahu stop breathing for a moment. There were bodies everywhere, but many were not bodies any longer. They were arrangements of bones held together by scraps of parchment skin and half-cooked tendons. Flak armor hung empty around rib cages. A station officer still sat in a command chair, with his hands fused white around the rests, but his face was a bare skull, grinning through tatters of rank cloth. Another corpse lay across a hatch threshold, spine exposed, the long bones of his legs stripped clean, while the boots remained around the feet. Not carrion, not rot, not vermin, harvest. The thought came before the word did. A bondsman to Tahu's left turned aside and vomited into his rebreather. The nearest Terminator did not glance at him. He simply stepped over the spill and marked the corridor arch with a rune in white grease. Kill zone, firing lane, strong point. Tahu had seen such marks before in void actions, but never drawn with such calm amid carnage that should have driven any ordinary man gibbering. They moved deeper. A chapel compartment had been opened from wall to wall. Its bronze aquila had been cut down the center with impossible neatness. Beneath it lay the dead astropathic overseer of the station, or what was left of him. The man's blind eyes were gone. The flesh of his face had been removed in thin ribbons and left hanging from the jaw. Both hands had been severed with exacting care and placed upon his chest, as if in mock burial. A red brother knelt by the corpse. He touched the cut edge of exposed bone with one claw tip, then rose. "Energy scouring," he said over the squad vox. "Not plasma, not Volkite. Xenos origin." Another Terminator paused by a wall where fragments of green-black metal had punched deep into the plating. He worked one free with brutal delicacy and placed it into a specimen casket carried by a serf. "Unknown composition." From behind them came a sound, a breath, ragged and bubbling. Tahu flinched, lifting his lamp. A survivor lay pinned beneath a fallen shrine screen at the far side of the compartment. His lower half was gone from the waist down, not torn, erased. The edges of the wound were smooth and smoking faintly. One hand clawed weakly at the deck. He stared at the towering shapes of the Carcharodons as though unsure whether they were salvation or the final horror sent to claim him. The nearest red brother strode over, seized the shrine screen in one gauntlet, and flung it aside. The man coughed blood. "Please, throne, please, down below. They came up from below." "What came?" the Terminator asked. The survivor's teeth chattered. "Green ghosts, metal men. No, not men. Saints preserve us." The red brother looked at him for a moment, then back at the others. "Broken." Tahu saw the pistol rise. He heard one short shot. The survivor's skull snapped back and burst against the deck in a wet fan of blood, splinters and brains. No one reacted. The red brother moved on. Tahu forced himself after them. They reached the station command sanctum 3 corridors later. The blast doors had been carved into concentric rings and peeled inward, leaving the chamber beyond exposed like a dissected organ. Consoles stood dead. Hollow tables flickered with static. The command throne was occupied by a corpse in captain's coat and void silk sash, his body reduced to a parchment-wrapped framework. One hand still clutched a vox bead. Tyberos entered then. He had come aboard with the second wave, yet his arrival felt as though the air itself had thickened. He filled the command chamber by mere presence. Tahu stepped aside and lowered his head until his neck ached. The chapter master looked at the dead captain. He looked at the smooth scoured bulkheads, the stripped corpses, the scored metal, the missing data cores, the opened decks leading toward the lower engineering spines. One of the Red Brethren spoke. "No signs of conventional boarding, Lord." They entered, from beneath the station. Method unknown, data sanctums gutted, reactor left intact, munitions untouched. Tyberos' voice came at last. It was deep and rough, with a weight that made Tahu think of stone grinding under the sea. This was not slaughter, this was harvesting. No one answered. The words settled over the chamber with the certainty of doctrine. On the command lectern, a damaged vox array crackled to life. Panic spilled through in fragments. Male voices. Too many. Overlapping pleas. Broken reports. Static and prayer. Pilgrim convoy theta gone. No debris field. Emperor preserve us. Freighters from the hive route never arrived. They vanished between anchor points. Underhive districts on Varax Primus have fallen dark. Entire Hab sectors. No survivors found. We request immediate reinforcement. Immediate reinforcement. By the throne, answer. Another voice, older and trying not to sound afraid, broke through the rest. Unknown Xenos. Signatures below the Manufactoria sink levels. Whole labor clans missing. Arbeit's kill teams destroyed. We have blood, ash, and empty habs. Nothing else. Lord Astartes, by writ and seal of the Governor Militant, we beg aid. Tyberos turned slightly to the Vox unit, not in pity, but as a predator turns toward the scent of fresh blood. "Patch all system traffic to the Nikor," he said. The serfs hurried to obey. He did not answer the pleas. He did not waste words on comfort or declarations of imperial duty. Instead, he issued orders in brief, murderous sentences that snapped through the chamber and out across the fleet. Chart all disappearances. Mark every blacked station. Augur the underhive routes. Prepare assault descent. The Red Brethren moved at once, each task falling into place around him like links closing in a chain. Tahu followed the chapter master back toward the docking ring, though his eyes kept dragging to the viewports as they passed through the station's outer spine. Beyond the armor glass, Varax Primus turned below in smog-drowned misery, its hive lights burning in ragged constellations through the murk. Beyond it hung the outer moon, dead and lightless, plated in vast stretches of black sheen that caught the weak suns and reflected them like old grave glass. He stared. At first he thought it was a fault in the port. Then he realized the black surface was changing. Lines were appearing across the moon, not natural rifts, geometry. Angles so vast they were visible from orbit, traced in dim viridian fire beneath the crust. They spread in silence across the dead world's face, like cracks opening in a tomb lid. One of the bondsmen behind Tahu whispered a prayer and forgot to stop. "By the golden throne," he breathed. Tyberos stopped. Every warrior in the corridor turned toward the port. Across the black glass plains of the moon, green lightning erupted upward in jagged spears, crawling through. The darkness with malignant intent. Not weather, not volcanoes. Something waking, something ancient enough to treat worlds as coffins. The station trembled as if the void itself had drawn breath. Then the crust of the moon split. A shape rose from the wound in grinding silence, immense and impossible, pushing up through black stone and dead dust in perfect lines of hateful symmetry. It climbed with the inevitability of a verdict, a colossal edifice of midnight metal edged in green fire, a monument to extinction forcing itself into the light of diseased suns. Tahu felt his knees weaken. He had never seen such a thing, yet every animal fragment of his soul knew what it meant. Not raid, not piracy, not the random horrors of the Ghoul stars. War had come out of the grave. The monolith continued to rise, and its green heart burned brighter as the first system alarms began to howl. Silence fell over Varax before the dying began in earnest. It was not the clean silence of prayer, chapels, or tomb vaults. It was the silence of severed things, of messages strangled in the throat before sound could become warning. The outer pickets died first. Monitor stations and system cutters vanished from the auger screens without distress runes, without coded pleas, without the crude comfort of a final scream over the vox. Their lights were present one moment, thin and pitiful, in the corpse-dim void of the Ghoul stars, and gone the next. Even the machine spirits of the Nicor seemed reluctant to mark them dead. Auspec's return stuttered, runes blurred, contact sigils smeared and faded as though scrubbed out by an unseen hand. Tahu stood beneath the command throne with his slate clasped hard enough to whiten the skin around his nails. Around him, the command deck murmured in disciplined low voices. Serfs leaned over brass-rimmed Auspec's shrines. Servitors hissed incense from censer vents as their augmetic eyes clicked and whirred. Hooded bondsmen moved between stations with ammunition caskets, data scrolls, and fresh votive strips for the machine banks. All of it continued. All of it obeyed form. Yet beneath the ordered labor there was the taste of fear, sharp and metallic, rising from every mortal throat. The fleet had gone to war without the luxury of hearing the first shot. A Vox Adept turned from his station, his face grey. Picket cluster at the Karen transit line has ceased transmission, Lord. No alarm cry, no impact report, no drive bloom. Another spoke before the first had fully finished. The ore convoy from the outer belt has dispersed. Individual hulls adrift. No command signal. A third, his voice straining against discipline, added, "System defense cutter St. Gorius is still transmitting identification and prayer cants, but the vessel's mass reading is collapsing. Emperor preserve." The display above the primary auger pit flared. For one impossible heartbeat, the St. Glorious turned in perfect profile, engines still, burning, prow turning as if to challenge a foe that could not be seen. Then a green light licked across her hull. Not a beam, not flame, a crawling wash of cold luminescence that flowed from bow to stern with obscene delicacy. Armor became haze. Internal decks showed through like a lantern image. Men on the bridge became articulated skeletons for a fraction of a second, white and fragile and doomed. Then the ship unraveled. Metal dust and atom vapor billowed outward where an Imperial warship had been. No explosion, no heroic death, only erasure. Tahu heard someone behind him whisper the Emperor's name with the broken cadence of a child. Tyberos did not move. The chapter master stood before the hololith in his Terminator plate, immense and still, as if he had been carved from abyssal stone and lowered onto the command deck to judge the living. The sickly system light slid across the scarred slabs of his armor. His helm remained mag-locked at his hip, exposing the death pale. Severity of his face and the black pits of eyes that seemed to look not at the augur returns, but through them, into the intention behind them. "Magnify," he said. The word was low, rough and absolute. The augur image expanded. Across the dead dark of Varax orbit, more Imperial hulls were dying. Pickets, tugs, ore lighters, a customs defense platform turning slowly, while pieces of it vanished in strips and circles as if harvested by invisible blades. No attack signatures resolved cleanly. The things doing the killing were not present in the way mortal warships were present. They bled in and out of the machine spirit's comprehension, phase flickering at the edge of certainty, black crescent shadows rimmed in green death. One of the line brethren at the strategium growled, "Xenos skulkers." Tyberos's gaze remained fixed on the killing field. No. The Space Marine lowered his head a fraction. "Lord, advance elements," Tyberos said. "Testing response, reading fear." The words chilled Tahu more than the sight of the slaughter. There was no anger in them, no heat, only recognition, the cold concentration of one predator studying another. Orders followed at once. Strike craft made ready, assault torpedoes armed, boarding teams assigned, not to one wreck, but 3. Tyberos selected them with the precision of a surgeon placing blades, a dead watch station hanging over the high anchor lane, a pilgrim transport drifting with its cathedral spires snapped open to vacuum, and the half-dissolved remains of the ore hauler Lex Talionis, its cargo hold still sealed. Tahu was attached to the 3rd breach team. No one asked whether he wished it. The Carcharodons did not explain necessity to their thralls. They simply used them. The boarding cutter slammed into the Lex Talionis with enough force to crack a lesser man's spine. When the ramp dropped, the first thing Tahu smelled was burnt copper. Not blood alone, but blood changed by heat, and strange energies into something sweet, rotten and bitter at once. The second thing he noticed was the quiet. No klaxons, no battle cant, no vox static from panicking deck crews. The ship had died with its throat cut. The Red Brethren moved into the dark with funereal calm. Their Terminator plate drank the cutter's lumen wash and returned it in dull glints from edges and studs. Power claws flexed, storm bolters tracked without hurry. They did not resemble rescuers. They resembled the old void superstitions Tahu's father had spat into the dark before a warp jump, sharks in the night between worlds. The hauler's main corridor had become a gallery of methodical ruin. Cargo servitors hung in halves from ceiling rails where Gauss fire had traced them apart segment by segment. Menial workers lay in ordered rows against the bulkheads, not because they had died where they stood, but because someone or something had forced them there. Their bodies had been stripped in bands. One man was reduced to a perfect white ribcage above an intact pelvis and boots. Another had no flesh on his arms at all, only glistening bone and dangling tendon down to the wrists where his work gloves still remained, A red brother knelt beside the dead without reverence. He ran an augur wand over a corpse, rose, and marked the deck with a kill rune. "Line formation," he said over the squad vox. They were herded. Another warrior stood in a hatchway whose locking teeth had been cut into glassy slag. Phase intrusion. Minimal blast pattern. No crude breaching. Tahu looked from corpse to corpse and understood what Tyberos had seen before any of them. The massacre had shape. It had sequence. The dead had not been caught in panic. They had been culled, positioned, processed, as if the killers had desired not terror alone, but information, reaction time, movement flow, command response, human beings as data. He hated that he could feel admiration beneath his nausea. The Red Brethren did not merely witness slaughter. They interpreted it. Their helms turned by degrees. Their augurs hummed. They touched scoring on walls, measured cut depth, red ash patterns, recovered fragments of black-green metal from the plating. Tahu had seen priests handle relics with less care. When they found survivors, the illusion of deliverance died completely. A cluster of ratings had sealed themselves inside a prayer alcove with welded bulkheads and spent laser guns. The Red Brethren cut through and found them huddled behind a shrine to St. Drusus, faces wild, lips crusted with dried pleas. One of the men laughed when he saw the grey giants enter. Another began sobbing. A third raised a cutter tool as if he had forgotten what sort of beings Astartes truly were. "Do not move," one of the Red Brethren said. The command was not loud. It carried all the same. The men froze. The Terminator stepped forward, helm lenses glowing cold green in the dark. State contact state. Exposure. State vector of attack. The oldest of the ratings tried to answer, but his words came out in shivers. They came through the decks, through the metal. No sound. Green light. "Emperor, guard me." It took Jeric's face off while he was speaking. Another man broke in, voice rising toward hysteria. "The little ones got into the vents. Metal vermin. They crawled inside Cord's chest. I heard him scratching himself open. I heard..." The Red Brother fired twice. Both men dropped. The alcove filled with the stink of fresh blood and hard, burnt propellant. The surviving ratings stared in dumb animal terror. "Compromised," the Space Marine said. No one begged after that. The killings were efficient. Bolt shells in skulls, one body toppling against another. Red ruin sprayed across the saint's icon until the martyr's face vanished beneath gore. Tahu stood rooted for half a second too long. The Terminator nearest him turned his helm a degree. "Record," the giant said. Tahu swallowed, bowed his head, and forced his hand to move over the slate. All contaminated or compromised survivors killed. He wrote it in cipher shorthand, though the words might as well have been hammered directly into his brain. When the teams returned to the Nikor, the pattern was complete. The three wrecks told the same story. Invisible phase insertions, precision culls, data sanctums gutted, lower decks breached first. Survivors either stripped of coherence by terror or physically infiltrated by machine organisms that had entered through vents, sump lines, and service cavities. Not one vessel had been taken for cargo or plunder. They had been read, flensed, and discarded. The command deck received those findings in silence. Then the first transmission from the world below arrived. Varax Primus did not send a formal report. It sent panic. Snarled voices overloading one another. Administratum call signs, Arbeits demand codes, factory precinct distress traffic. Somewhere beneath it all, the deeper note of automatic alarm bells tolling across hive sprawls. A male overseer from the lower manufactoria levels came through most clearly. He was breathing hard, and Tahu could hear gunfire behind him. "They are in the vent lungs. They are in the sump rivers. Lower hab blocks gone dark from Section Gath to Furnace 9. We have men stripped where they stood. Thrones. There are things in the walls." The signal dissolved into static and a tearing mechanical shriek. Tyberos did not ask for confirmation. he had already turned toward the planet. Dropcraft screamed down into the ash-thick murk of Varax Primus. An hour later, Tahu remained aboard the Nikor, but the battle streamed upward through helm feeds, gun servitor relays, and Vox traffic in fragments stark enough to burn themselves into memory. The lower Manufactoria sprawls of Hive Varax were hell before the enemy fully revealed itself. Furnace towers belched black fire into a sky the color of old bruises. Conveyor lines clattered over canyons of rust and soot. Hab blocks leaned over each other like rotten teeth above avenues filled with workers, enforcers, and shrine processions fleeing in every direction at once. Then the gorse volleys began. Men died in ranks. That was how it was reported. Not men shot down, not men blasted apart. Men dying in ranks. Green fire reached across the lower levels and peeled flesh from marching columns as they ran. Arbitrators became skeletons still clutching shock mauls. Militia lines dissolved from front to rear, each body opening to white bone and then drifting ash as if the soul itself had been scraped out. Crawling things of brass black metal poured from vents and drainage mouths, skittering over corpses and through the legs of the living, their limbs needle-fine, their eyes cold embers. They entered sump trenches, they climbed hab walls, they crawled into rebreather masks, under armor seals, up through floor grills. Men beat at themselves and tore their own flak jackets open as the canoptech swarms found the soft places. Tyberos listened to the reports without expression. He issued no lamentation, only vectors. Collapse the furnace bridges. Seal transit shafts. Purge all lower medici stations. A bondsman hesitated over that last order. Just for a heartbeat. Tahu saw it. The chapter master looked at him. The poor fool went pale to the lips. Lord, there are wounded within those stations. Then they die in place, Tyberos said. No wrath. No cruelty in the tone. Worse than cruelty. Utility. I will not have weakness, infestation, or panic brought aboard my fleet. The order passed. Far below, Prometheum bloomed through the lower Medici galleries. 1,000 wounded men died coughing smoke, choking on their own blistered throats, while the Astartes above marked the zones cleansed. Beneath the dead moon, far from the choking Manufactoria and the butchers, arithmetic of the Hive War, another intelligence surveyed Varax. The chamber was vast enough to dwarf cathedrals. Black stone walls rose in polished facets, like the interior of a blade. Constellations older than mankind moved across the floor in green fire. The silent king waited within that sepulchral geometry upon his ancient command throne, flanked by towering forms that held themselves in perfect stillness. Cold light flowed over necrodermis and undying gold. Before him hung the system entire, rendered not as men perceived worlds, but as vectors, resources, contamination zones, and awakening nodes. When he spoke, he did so through paired voices that issued from his triune court with mechanical majesty, one tone low as a tomb door, the other clear as cut crystal. Together, they made judgment sound like law, written into the bones of the stars. The living population is strategically irrelevant. The words echoed across the chamber and were recorded by deathless attendants who had forgotten the sensation of breath, but not obedience. The system will not be raided, the voices continued. It will be reclaimed. Its worlds will kneel to ordered silence or be rendered sterile in preparation for rightful dominion. On the hollow fields, human hive concentrations pulsed in scarlet clusters. The silent king regarded them as one might regard mold upon stone. The transmission that carried those words reached the Nikor as a spear of pure signal cutting through every layered cipher the fleet possessed. Vox shrines screamed. Servitors spasmed as their machine spirits were overridden. On every command deck in the Carcharodon flotilla, the same alien declaration rolled out in pitiless, flawless Gothic, translated by intellects older than Terra's first cities. Tahu felt the temperature of the bridge drop as if a crypt had opened. Tyberos listened without moving. Most commanders would have answered with oaths, with curses, with the heat of wounded pride. The red wake only became stiller. Tahu had thought him motionless before. Now he seemed carved from a colder night. A prey that speaks, Tahu thought, remembering the old predatory patience in the chapter master's eyes, is a prey that may be tracked. One of the veteran line brethren inclined his head. Royal signal architecture. Another said, not a common dynast. Tyberos finally turned from the hololith. Prepare moonfall. The descent onto the dead moon came under total auspex distortion. Storms of green radiation crawled over black glass plains and ancient escarpments that looked less like geology than worked sepulchre stone. The strike force that reached the crust transmitted only intermittent pict captures, but those brief images were enough to shake even the chapter serfs into voiceless dread. Corridors polished to mirror-dark perfection, angles too vast and exact for any human hand, walls engraved with star maps whose constellations did not match the modern heavens, glyphs arranged in processional bands like funerary scripture from the childhood of the galaxy. Tahu stood with the other command thralls as those images cycled across the strategium display. One showed a passageway lined with towering effigies of skeletal kings wearing crowns like knife racks. Another revealed a chamber whose floor charted dead sons by names that no imperial archive retained. A third caught the reflection of a red brother advancing down a black corridor, his stormbolter raised, his enormous form reduced to a grey smear beneath inscriptions older than mankind's first murder. No one on the bridge spoke. They all understood it then, even if only Tyberos understood the full scale. This was no mere dynasty raid at the edge of the Ghoul stars. No chance incursion, no scavenger war. Something royal had come to Varax, something ancient enough to look upon worlds as inherited property, and mighty enough to begin the taking in absolute silence. When Tyberos gave his next order, his voice was as final as a blade descending. Rouse all companies. We do not face a tomb guardian. He looked upon the green-lit moon, upon the dead stations, the flensed wrecks, the worlds already beginning to scream. We face a king. Sharek remembered skin, not with longing. That had been burned out of him across gulfs of time so vast that younger species would have mistaken them for eternity. Not with hunger either, though there were moments when memory came back with enough shape to imitate appetite. He remembered flesh as a king remembers the first city he ever condemned to ash. It was not innocence. It was not virtue. It was the beginning of the era. There had been warmth once. Weight. Breath moving in and out of a chest that had known exhaustion, pride, fear, and the hidden weakness beneath all three. There had been blood in him then, hot and quick, burdened with the poison of mortality. There had been the slow corruption of age waiting. For him, even in youth and beyond age, death and beyond death, oblivion. He remembered the horror of that certainty with far more clarity than he remembered the caress of wind upon living skin. He remembered the shame more clearly than any of it. The chamber of command beneath Varax lay in sepulchral grandeur around him, vast enough to dwarf the audience halls of empires that had risen and gone to dust while his people slept. Black stone walls climbed into shadowless heights. Processional bands of emerald fire moved through the floor in star maps older than mankind's most ancient myths. The necrodermis forms of his court stood in ordered stillness upon tiered galleries, their eyes burning with disciplined light, their silence deeper than any silence flesh could keep. Beyond them towered the machine columns and vaulted conduits of the null engine's outer sanctum, all of it humming in frequencies that denied the warp, denied intrusion, denied the fevered trespass of the lesser races. The system of Varax hung before him in a holosphere of cold radiance, its two failing suns, its hive worlds, its pilgrim lanes, its belts of drifting industrial carrion, its hidden architecture beneath crust and ash and dead stone, its population concentrations pulsed in dim mortal colors, its tomb signatures awakened one by one under his will. He looked upon it and saw not atrocity, not conquest, not opportunity. He saw function. The Ghoul stars were already a wound in the galaxy, feared by the Imperium, skirted by merchants, named in whispered briefings and naval catechisms as a region of bad augury, bad losses, and worse returns. Their systems were thinly held, their worlds half dead, their populations used as buffers, tithes, and sacrificial labor by a corpse empire too exhausted to notice what rotted beyond its own frontier walls. That was why he had come. Not because Varax was prosperous, not because it was glorious, because it was expendable to everyone but those condemned to die upon it. That made it ideal. The null engine beneath Varax had slept since an age when the stars themselves had worn different crowns. It was older than the Imperium, older than the Eldar Fall, older than the species that now infested the galaxy with their noise and weakness. A dead region could be made here, a wound of order, a widening domain in which warp turbulence would break against ancient denial, psychic intrusion would gutter into silence, and the concentrations of biomass that drew the Great Devourer ever onward could be dispersed, thinned, broken apart into vulnerability. A corridor could be stabilized through the Ghoul stars. A future could be denied to hungering things. That billions of humans would perish in the making of that future did not move him. He had condemned his own species to a fate more terrible than death. What were these short-lived multitudes beside that? They were not an atrocity. They were subtraction. Necessary loss measured against greater ruin. Had he been softer in the days of flesh? Had he mistaken pity for wisdom? Then, as the younger races always did, his people would have died in weakness rather than endure in shame. Mercy was a narcotic of ephemeral minds. It made virtue from surrender and draped cowardice in sanctified words. Below the holosphere, the paired forms of the Triarch stood in eternal attendance, their deathless physiognomies wrought in regal proportions. Through them, his will was voiced. Through them, lesser minds heard law. He inclined his head a fraction. The twin emissaries spoke together, one voice low and iron-bound, the other clear as split crystal. Flesh mistakes pity for virtue, they said. Flesh mistakes survival for nobility. It adorns fear with sanctimony and calls this moral strength. Across the galleries of the court, deathless nobles bowed their helms and weapon crests. Varax will be reclaimed, the paired voices continued. Its occupation by transient organisms is of no consequence beyond operational contamination. The null lattice will be restored. The corridor will be secured. This region will serve ordered dominion, or it will be rendered sterile for future utility. No one in that ancient hall questioned him. They had been waiting too long for purpose to question necessity. Dynasties broken by sleep and time, subcourts risen and fragmented, old allegiances cracked by madness and pride, all of them now bent toward one design because their king had returned from exile carrying truths none of them could ignore. He had seen the devouring dark beyond the galactic rim. He had watched the approach of the great swarms. He had looked upon the future in its ravenous shape and chosen action. The first phase was already underway. At his command, the lesser tomb complexes beneath Varax and its sister worlds had begun to stir. Burial vaults embedded in moons, underhive foundations, dead continents and asteroid cores answered. Coded summons older than human language. Sepulchral gates opened. Stasis crypts sighed out ancient frost. Cohort after cohort rose from dreamless waiting with weapons clasped in metallic hands, optic arrays awakening in green sequence. Warriors by the thousands, then the millions, then the ordered billions, system-wide, all of them emerging in exact accordance with hierarchies written before Terra had known fire. The holosphere answered his will, unfolding the first planetary returns. On Varax Primus, deep beneath Manufactoria districts where humanity had layered rusting industry over forgotten sepulchres, the ground broke open in long geometric wounds. Foundry floors split apart. Transit gantries toppled into abyssal shafts. Entire underhive habitation blocks sheared downward as the ancient architecture beneath them forced itself into function. Men and boys were swallowed screaming by black voids opening under their feet. Women and children were crushed within collapsing habi. Cells, enforcers firing blindly into the dust, saw ranks of metal warriors rise through the ruin in processional lines, their gorse weapons lifting with machine calm, even while masonry and bodies rained around them. On Varax Secundus, a shrine moon thick with pilgrim enclaves and ore refiners, tomb spires punched through the crust beneath hab cloisters and refinery pits alike. Great sheets of rock folded back. Dormant monoliths rose. Canoptek swarms poured up through sump wells and pilgrim hostels, reducing the lower districts to shrieking slaughterhouses of green fire, severed limbs and walls written in blood by the convulsions of the dying. On the outer extraction colonies, pits turned to graves. On the watch moons, sealed bastions were opened from below. On drifting ore stations, burial vaults concealed within their imported substructure disgorged warriors into hab decks that had been safe for generations only because the humans infesting them had never known where they stood. The living called such events invasion because they lacked memory. For Zarek, it was reclamation. An aid construct advanced and bowed with mechanical exactitude, offering a stream of updated returns through filaments of green light. Refugee traffic from Varax Secundus had begun vectoring toward the system edge. Civilian hulls, pilgrim barges, ore transports retrofitted in panic. A convoy born of instinct rather than coordination, already overloading its own lanes in the rush to escape. He studied the converging paths and made his decision before the figures were fully resolved. The paired voices of the Triarch rang out across the command chamber. Intercept the convoy before it reaches the translation limit. Leave enough debris that the lesson may be understood. No other instruction was needed. In the void beyond Varax Secundus, the convoy's engines burned hard against the darkness. Pilgrim barges moved alongside ore scows and pressurized freight haulers there, silhouettes ugly and desperate under the weak suns. Shrine pennants snapped within their own wake fields. Improvised distress liturgies spilled from vox masts. Overloaded shuttles clung to docking spars never meant to bear such mass. Thousands of souls believed speed and prayer might yet purchase distance from the war erupting behind them. The Necron interceptors came in absolute silence. Their crescent hulls slid from phase dark like blades drawn through black water. No challenge, no demand for surrender, no warning that might cheapen the lesson. Green lances reached out and cut the lead ships apart with such precision that the stern sections sailed onward for moments before their crews even understood they had been bisected. One pilgrim barge lost its cathedral prow in a spray of molten statues and venting bodies. Another was cut through the drive spine and blossomed into a sphere of incandescent wreckage filled with tumbling corpses and burning prayer scrolls. Escape craft, launched only to be opened mid-burn, their occupants atomized in tight white flashes. Ore haulers tried to scatter. The interceptors flensed them one by one. Hulls came apart in strips. Pressurized compartments ruptured. Men and women and children were hurled into vacuum-trailing frozen blood. A vessel packed so full of pilgrims that bodies were visible through the chapel ports attempted to roll away behind a plume of leaking promethium. A gorse beam crawled across it from keel to dorsal fin. For an instant, every deck inside shone through. Hundreds of skeletons locked in prayer became visible in green radiance. Then the ship dissolved into drifting embers and metallic dust. Fragments of the massacre were transmitted system-wide, not by accident, by design. On the Nikor, Tyberos watched the slaughter through a hololithic relay torn out of a dying ore barge's final signal. Tahu stood below the chapter master once more, every muscle held taut, as though rigidity might save him from the nausea boiling through his guts. The wrecks of the convoy spun in cold light above the strategium. Burning bodies, opened ships, rosaries and cargo canisters turning end over end through vacuum amid the glitter of human ruin. No one on the command deck spoke until the signal ended. Then the Xeno's transmission followed. Again it came in perfect Gothic. Again it moved through every layer of cipher and machine warding, as if such measures were children's toys. "The system edge is denied," said the twin voices of the Triarch. "Flight is waste. Resistance is delay. The living will submit to ordered extinction or to ordered utility." Tahu expected fury. Even among the Carcharodons, there had to be some answer to such arrogance, some oath hurled back across the void. Tyberos's face gave nothing. His eyes remained on the fading wreckage. When he spoke, the words were so low that Tahu almost thought he had imagined them. Yet every Vox shrine on the deck carried them. Outward, every ship in the flotilla heard, the dead moon heard, the black chambers beneath it heard. You have entered a hunting ground. That was all. No higher threat, no imperial boast, no sermon, just a verdict, the sort of thing a blade might say if it could think. In the command sanctum beneath Varax, the words reached Zarek through the same channels his own message had used. He listened without visible reaction. The nobles of the court shifted by fractions, attention sharpening. Some expected rebuttal. Some perhaps longed for it, deathless aristocrats still vain enough to enjoy the exchange of kingly contempt. He offered them none. The one who named himself Tyberos was now measured. That was enough. There was significance there, not because the flesh thing had threatened him. Threats were for creatures uncertain of power, but because the response contained discipline instead of outrage, calculation instead of noise. The speaker understood predation, understood contested ground, understood that war was not vindication, but sequence. Such an enemy was dangerous only if granted time. Zarek turned his gaze once more to the holosphere, to the waking nodes, the panicked migrations, the concentrations of prey and resistance. The Triarch spoke for him. "Accelerate the eradication timetable." Glyphs shifted across the chamber. Secondary tomb complexes received awakening imperatives. Orbital cohorts altered course. Interceptor flights expanded their kill vectors. Continental phalanxes beneath Varax Primus entered full mobilization. Null pylons buried beneath the dead moon drank deeper from dormant reservoirs of impossible power. Across the system, the war changed character. There had been testing before, measurement, silent entry, surgical culls. Now there would be open procedure. Hive districts cracked apart from below while their populations screamed into dark. Defense bastions lost power as Canoptech infiltrators devoured their systems from within. Pilgrim enclaves became ash bowls under precise emerald bombardment. Entire mine colonies vanished into rising tomb chambers, their last Vox traffic filled with the sounds of steel on stone and the wet hacking cries of men flayed alive by weapons they had no names for. The Carcharodons answered with violent dissent. Assault craft knifed through the ash storms of Varax Primus. Boarding torpedoes launched into orbital kill zones where invisible phasecraft hunted the system lanes. Grey armored giants fell upon breach sites and underhive sinkholes with chain blades roaring and bolters hammering, their voices curt and pitiless over the Vox as they drove mortal levies before them, like beaters in a hunt. The dead moon's black corridors began to run with oil and blood alike. No governor any longer believed this arrayed. No pilgrim believed prayer alone would see him clear. No void captain thought the Mandeville Reach still meant freedom. On every world in the Varax cluster, the understanding spread with the speed of panic and the weight of doom. This was not incursion. This was war declared by beings too old to need ceremony. In the command depths of the dead moon, Sharek looked upon the widening violence and found no triumph in it, only necessity. That too was part of the burden of kingship. The lesser races confused cruelty with pleasure because they could not imagine cruelty without appetite. They were wrong. The hardest decrees were not the ones taken in wrath, but the ones enacted without it. He remembered once more the soft failure of flesh, the terror of dying, the great bargain he had made, and the unending shame that followed. He remembered exile among the outer dark and what he had seen there moving between the stars. Then he put such memories aside. Above him, beneath him, across the breadth of Varax, populations burned, fleets converged, tombs opened, and killers descended. The first silence was over. There would be no more testing, no more ambiguity, no avenue left for retreat into misunderstanding. The living would now learn what it meant to stand within the design of a returned king. And in the same hour, aboard his void black warship, Tyberos of the Carcharodons committed his chapter to the slaughter with equal certainty. Thus the war became formal. Thus it became total. Thus it became inescapable. The fleet did not answer the Xenos king with challenge or proclamation. It answered with absence. That was the way of the Carcharodons in the void. They did not spread wide and luminous in proud lines to be measured by enemy augurs. They did not offer themselves to the long arithmetic of formal fleet war, unless there was no other choice. They sank into the wreckage belts and debris storms of Varax like predators, slipping beneath black water, drives throttled low, running dark among dead ore hulks and ruined escort shells, their scarred hulls becoming one more piece of battlefield carrion in a system already choked with it. Tahu felt the change in the Nikor, the way a man felt the pressure shift before a deep ocean storm. The battle barge had never been a ship of warmth or wasteful sound, but now she seemed to become a mausoleum underway. Lumen strips were dimmed, non-essential decks were sealed. Gunnery crews worked by target runes and red emergency glow. Bondsmen moved under whispered orders, passing munitions, sanctified oils, and fresh belts of mass-reactive death to the arming shrines. Servitors lurched through the half-dark, muttering Binharic prayer, while deck officers leaned close over brass-faced auger engines, their eyes hollow from sleeplessness and the strain of reading a battlefield whose shape shifted by the minute. Beyond the armor glass of the Strategium, Varax burned. Orbital debris turned slowly above the world in long drifts of broken metal, burning promethium, and frozen dead. System cutters spun end over end with their hulls open to vacuum. A pilgrim, transport, cut almost exactly in half, shed icons, bodies, and sheets of chapel plate that flashed in the weak suns like torn gold. Green light flickered far off in the void, where the Necron escorts moved between phase states, appearing only long enough to kill and vanish. The Carcharodon strike cruisers had gone from the main display. Not lost, hidden. Tyberos stood beneath the shifting star map, vast in his armor, silent as the grave. Around him, the veteran brethren of the command cadre waited with the self-control of hunting beasts held at heel. Tahu had ceased looking at the chapter master directly for long. It was not just reverence, nor fear alone. There was something in Tyberos that made prolonged attention feel dangerous, as if to study him too openly were to invite his notice in the wrong way. The red wake did not need to snarl or posture. He altered the air around him by being present. A male Vox adept bowed over his station. Enemy advance formation entering the wreck. Belt above Varax Primus, Lord. One cairn ship. Multiple crescent escorts. They are cutting inward toward the inner lanes. Tyberos said nothing at first. The hololith marked the Xenos formation in cold green. It did not move like an Imperial battle group. No broad screening arc, no escort fan, no human war doctrine at all. The cairn ship advanced at the center like a blade point, the crescent escorts slipping around it in mathematically exact sweeps through the debris field. A mass grave of broken ships lay ahead of them. The enemy entered that graveyard without caution, Gauss fire clipping drifting wrecks into glowing fragments whenever dead metal obscured their firing solutions. One of the Carcharodon officers, his helm mag-locked to his belt, studied the pattern with a predator's stillness. They trust their speed, their weapons, their phase drives. They trust the silence they made, another said. Tyberos' gaze remained fixed on the moving glyphs. They trust. Sequence. The line brother inclined his head. Lord, the escorts are not a screen. They are hands. The cairn ship is the nerve. He lifted one gauntleted hand and touched a point on the hollow display. 3 dead zones in the debris belt glowed in response, each one marked by old wreckage and drifting ore masses dense enough to blind augurs. Tahu saw it then. The vanished strike cruisers were already there, buried in the dark like harpoons waiting in flesh. Tyberos' voice came low, an iron rough. Loose the first wave. The fleet struck all at once. Assault torpedoes burst from hidden launch bays in volleys, timed so closely that their drive blooms overlapped into one murderous flare. At the same instant, the strike cruisers came alive from sensor dead space, drives roaring to full burn as they rose out of the wreckage on 3 converging vectors. Macro batteries opened, lances stabbed. The void flashed with the abrupt violence of ambush, not the stately exchange of ships in line. It was murder at point-blank range, the kind of slaughter Tyberos preferred, where timing meant more than tonnage, and panic could be forced into machine-perfect enemies by sheer savagery of contact. The nearest crescent escort vanished under the first barrage of mass-reactive shells, not destroyed outright, but hammered sideways into a tumbling ore hulk whose collision broke its elegant curve and sent shattered black plates cartwheeling into the void. Another escort phase-shifted half a heartbeat too late and took a lance strike along its ventral spine, green energies bleeding out across space like opened veins of light. The cairn ship answered with terrifying speed. Its return fire reached for the hidden strike cruisers in flensing sweeps of emerald death. A Carcharodon escort, the Void Hunger, took the beam along her prow and simply began to come apart, adamantine and ceramite sloughing away in molten layers until her bridge showed through. Then the crew within. It, white skeletons framed for an instant in green radiance before the entire vessel collapsed into atomized ruin. No explosion, only disassembly. Tahu felt the impact of distant deaths even through meters of plating and the discipline of the command deck. Gunnery reports flooded in, damage counts, casualty tallies, urgent requests for re-vectoring and target confirmation. Men were dying by the thousands across 100 compartments, and Tyberos did not waste a breath on lamentation. Bored. That one word went out across the chapter vox. Tahu was with the second boarding echelon, launched toward the crippled crescent escort on the enemy's starboard side. The boarding torpedo screamed through hard vacuum with enough force to rattle his teeth inside his skull. Beside him, novice serfs in void harnesses muttered prayers into cracked lips. Across from them, the Red Brethren sat in total stillness, storm bolters mag-clamped, lightning claws flexing once and going still again. Veteran voidsmen of the chapter, male armsmen drawn from generations of bonded service, waited in the rear compartments with boarding shields, shot cannons and chain blades. The torpedo hit like an angry god's fist. The world became impact, then claxons, then smoke, and the shriek of cutting charges blowing inward. The breach tunnel opened into hard, dark and blood frost. Imperial armsmen poured through first and died almost at once. Green fire met them in the corridor beyond, and whole men became skeletons mid-charge, their bones shining clean for a heartbeat before the rest of them blew away as ash and greasy steam. One bondsman was clipped across the face and lost everything above the jaw in a fan of white fragments and boiling red mist. Another had his chest open to the spine and remained standing for a half-second, hands still gripping his shield, before his ruined body collapsed in a spill of rope-like organs that froze as they struck the deck. The Red Brethren came over, their bodies in silence. That was what Tahu remembered later. Not roaring, not battle cries. Silence. Grey giants advancing through the butchered dead of their own mortal auxiliaries, with the calm of ritual executioners. Storm bolters hammered, each shot a compact apocalypse in the narrow corridor. Mass-reactive shells tore Necron warriors apart in sprays of black metal and green static. Power claws ripped through necrodermis ribcages and spine columns alike, flinging sundered machine corpses into bulkheads with the force of artillery impacts. Tahu stumbled after the veterans, choking on the stink of ionized metal, burnt propellant, and human blood flash-frozen to the deck. The air was wrong aboard the Xenos vessel, too dry, too cold. It had the dead smell of cryptstone and old storms. Lumens glowed in strips of hateful green along walls, polished so smooth they reflected slaughter back at the living. Ahead, a file of Necron warriors advanced without hesitation into the bolter. Storm. Their bodies blasted apart, reknitting, blasted apart again. They fired as they died, and every flash of gorse was another mortal gone to bones and drifting smoke. Veteran Carcharodon armsmen pressed close to the Terminators, using their hulking forms as moving bastions, while they fired into the gaps and hacked at any machine thing that came too near. The novices fared worse. One young serf with his scalp ritual branded in chapter sigils slipped on a layer of freezing gore and fell to one knee. A canoptech construct, all razored limbs and needle mandibles, came out of a wall seam and punched through his throat before he could rise. Tahu saw the machine burrowing in the wound, heard the wet gargle, and emptied his sidearm into its polished body until it twitched apart in a shower of sparks. No one thanked him. No one noticed. The battle simply swallowed the moment. Elsewhere in the Void War, Tyberos had already committed himself to the kill. Teleport flares erupted like captive suns against the flank of the cairn ship. The chapter master and his chosen elite arrived in the heart of the enemy capital vessel without heraldry or challenge, appearing in a vaulted sepulchral hall amid lines of advancing Lich Guard whose war scythes were already lifting to meet the intrusion. The first Lich Guard died before the teleport haze had fully cleared. Tyberos hit it with the velocity of a falling execution block, hunger and slake punching through its torso and tearing the body into spinning halves before its companions could close. Then he was among them. No rhetoric, no flourish, only predatory momentum made into war. Lightning claws carved green-bright arcs through the dim chamber, ripping heads from neck columns, opening armored chests, eviscerating ancient machine nobility in showers of black fragments and flaring energy discharges. Lich Guard struck back with regal precision, war scythes hissing through the air, each blow able to reap a battle tank in two. Tyberos went through them anyway. To the warriors fighting elsewhere aboard the cairn ship, his passage announced itself as wreckage and system failure. Bulkheads torn down, guard formations collapsing, interior Vox traffic from the Xenos construct running suddenly ragged and broken where it had once been impossibly perfect. He did not fight like a commander preserving cohesion. He fought like a killing thing released directly into an artery, always inward, always toward the nerve. The Necrons answered in kind. Mathematical cruelty was all the worse for being without anger. A companion ship running close to the cairn ship's wounded flank vented itself deliberately when it registered incoming boarding torpedoes on an interception vector. Whole deck sections blew outward in instantaneous decompression, spewing corpses, cargo and atmosphere into the void in a vast expanding sheet. The torpedoes, committed and unable to break course, slammed into that hurricane of debris and frozen, dead. Two detonated prematurely. One spun off and broke apart. Another survived long enough to punch through the companion vessel's open side, only to enter a prepared kill box, its passengers disgorged into a chamber already flooded with Gauss crossfire. The casualty runes on the Nikor's Strategium climbed with merciless speed. One strike cruiser took crippling damage along its dorsal batteries and dropped out of attack posture, trailing burning atmosphere and tumbling debris. Another escort, caught while revectoring, was sliced from engine to bridge and went dark in less time than it took a man to draw breath. Boarding teams vanished from the command net, their last signals nothing but static, screams and the dry chitter of machine limbs scraping over metal. Tyberos did not change the plan. He pushed harder. On the crescent escort where Tahu fought, the Red Brethren reached the vessel's core conduit after a corridor-by-corridor massacre so intimate it became almost obscene. Mortal armsmen lay in heaps against walls lacquered with frozen blood. Necron remains were everywhere, broken and writhing, their shattered forms trying to reassemble even as chapter serfs stamped augmetic boots into optic clusters, and veteran voidsmen hacked at neck joints with boarding axes. No one spoke except to give direction or kill warning. The Carcharodons were most terrible, not when enraged, Tahu thought, but when intent. The core chamber was a circular nave of black metal and emerald current. At its center floated a lattice of impossible geometry, pulsing with command data. A cryptek waited there with attendant constructs clustered around it, like carrion insects around a carcass. Its body was spare and elongated, every movement carrying the dry certainty of old intellect. It raised a staff, and the chamber itself seemed to rebel. Gravity lurched, light bent. Two veteran armsmen were folded, screaming into the deck as if crushed by an invisible giant's hand. A red brother vanished in a flare of phase energy, reappearing half embedded in a wall, his armor split and steaming around his pulped torso. The Terminators hit the cryptek anyway. Bolter fire cratered its attendant constructs. One red brother took a beam through the helm and kept moving for 3 more steps before his skull detonated inside the ceramite. Another reached the cryptek and buried a chain fist in its chest, only to be cut down by a scything blast that sheared his legs away at the hips. Tahu saw one opening in the chaos. Not a noble thing, not heroism, merely a gap where a data casket had been blasted loose and spun half open from its cradle near the command lattice. Remembering his orders, remembering that the Carcharodons had not come for glory but for knowledge, he hurled himself forward beneath a spray of green fire and seized it. The thing burned cold through his gloves. A canoptek construct pounced from the chamber wall and hit him in the shoulder hard enough to throw him off his feet. He crashed into the base of the lattice. The machine skittered over him, razors clicking for his throat. A veteran voidsman slammed into it from the side with a boarding axe, taking one blade through his own eye as he hacked the construct into sparking pieces. Tahu crawled back across the deck with the casket clutched to his chest, slipping in oil-black machine blood and the red slush of opened men. When the chamber finally fell silent, save for crackling power loss and the scrape of reassembling wrecks, less than half the boarding party still stood. Across the fleet action, the same truth was writing itself in bodies and burning ships. The ambush had worked. The enemy formation was broken. One crescent escort reduced to debris, another crippled and listing into the wreck belt, its elegant hull venting streams of green fire. The cairn ship itself suffered internal collapse after Tyberos' attack, its maneuvering faltering, its fire discipline disrupted, its escorts no longer moving in their former machine harmony. That alone saved a dozen Imperial hulls from immediate death. But the price of the kill sat plain upon every command rune. Escorts lost, boarding teams annihilated, veteran Red Brethren dead in teleport chambers or entombed forever in enemy wrecks. Mortal armsmen spent by the tens of thousands to purchase a single local advantage. The void around Varax was thick now with drifting corpses, frozen ribbons of blood, snapped assault craft, and the glowing dust of ships reduced piece by precise piece. A savage victory, yes. A cheap one, never. When Tahu was dragged back aboard the Nikor with the surviving wounded, his hands were still locked around the recovered casket so tightly that the Medici bondsman had to pry his fingers loose one by one. He stood again on the strategium deck while tech serfs and the chapter's lawkeepers broke the Xeno's seal. Tyberos returned not long after, armor blackened, one shoulder plate, split, dried blood, not all of it his own, crusted in the recesses of hunger and slake. He looked as though he had walked through the inside of a furnace and left it poorer for the meeting. The data loot translated badly at first, glyphs unfolded into star positions, power flows, subterranean schematics, and dynastic command chains beyond mortal comprehension. Then one of the chapter's learned serfs, a male adept whose eyes had been replaced by brass augers and whose voice box clicked on damaged settings, made a strangled sound. "My lord," he said, kneeling as he spoke. This was not merely an orbital seizure pattern. The command vectors converge on the dead moon. All fleet movement, ground emergence, and relay architecture bends toward the moon. There is a structure there beneath the black crust, a central mechanism, a null construct, if the machine translation holds. A great one. Teeth of green fire crawled across the holomap as the system redrew itself around that truth. The dead moon pulsed like a diseased heart at the center of the unfolding geometry. Not just a base, not just a tomb complex. The target, the reason. The room grew colder. Tyberos stepped forward until the hololithic light painted his scarred face in corpse green. "Show me." The adept obeyed. Layers of buried architecture opened beneath the moon's surface. Processional corridors. Power routes reaching into dead rock. Chamber upon chamber arranged around a vast central core whose scale made Tahu's breath catch in his throat. Even imperfectly understood, it looked like the skeleton of a weapon built to wound a region of space itself. A line brother of the command cadre stared at the display. "They are not fortifying the moon." "No," Tyberos said. He studied the thing for one heartbeat more, then turned to his warriors. There was no speech, no promise of vengeance, no prayer to the throne, only the hunt, reduced to its cleanest shape. "We cut out kings!" The war dropped from the void like iron judgment. Through skies already fouled by burning wreckage and black ash, the first wave came down. Drop pods screamed through the upper atmosphere, trailing fire like spears hurled from an angry god's fist. Thunderhawk landers knifed between drifting debris fields and collapsing defense spires, their hulls hammered by flak, by falling metal, by the secondary ruin of a dying orbital war whose carcass was still raining upon the world below. Teleport flares burst in the cloud layers above Hive Varax, like caged stars tearing open, vomiting Terminator elites and kill cadres into the heart of battle, without warning, without grace, without mercy. Varax Primus waited beneath them in all its hideous grandeur. Tahu had seen hive worlds before. He had been born in the dark between them, in the pressurized gut of a chartless freighter that had sold his bloodline into chapter bondage generations before his own lungs first drew breath. Even so, the sight of Varax from the descending lander made him feel as if he were looking down upon some diseased titan flayed open for autopsy. Corpse hives climbed through the smog in black tiers and jagged buttresses, each one a mountain of hab blocks, cathedrals, manufactoria stacks and gun bastions fused together by age, filth and fear. Their windows glimmered like infected eyes through the ash haze. Between them stretched manufactoria canyons, where conveyor rails and rusting bridgeways crossed above roads clogged with fleeing labor levies, Arbeitstransports, wrecked haulers, and the dead. Beyond the hive belts lay rad deserts of cracked red dust and slagged glass where old wars and industrial poisoning had rendered the earth fit only for scavengers, mutants, and buried things. Below all of it, deeper than ordinary men cared to imagine, sprawled the undercities, the sump warrens, and foundation crypts, where iron stink, sewage steam, and ritual dread had layered themselves for millennia into a permanent atmosphere of rot. It was a world made for slaughter. The lander bucked hard as it plunged through a curtain of smoke boiling up from the lower manufactoria. Tahu's crash harness bit into his shoulders. Across from him, voidsmen and bonded armsmen of the Carcharodons sat in tight silence, with boarding shields between their knees and shot cannons mag-clamped to their chests. Beside the ramp waited a squad of ash-grey battle brothers, statues in motionless armor, bolters held low, helms staring into nothing. Their stillness amidst the vibration and red warning lumens was worse than panic would have been. It carried the same cold certainty Tyberos radiated, the same sense that battle was not emergency to these warriors, but a condition of being. The ramp dropped before the landing gear had fully settled. Heat slammed into the compartment. Smoke, promethium, boiling metal, human shit, blood. Tahu followed the battle brothers into a transit yard lit by burning hab towers and the intermittent viridian flicker of gorse fire. Dead men were everywhere. Some lay in proper shapes, opened by shell bursts or trampled flat by desperate crowds. Others were only bones inside uniforms, rib cages steaming in the ash, while laser guns smoked beside them. The first trench line along the manufactoria perimeter had become a charnel groove of skeletons, still half kneeling behind ruptured barricades, their skulls grinning up through coils of lingering heat. The Necrons came through the smoke in ordered ranks. They did not rush, they did not roar, they did not revel. Lines of metal warriors advanced through lass fire and collapsing masonry, with the patience of tides grinding cliffs to sand. Green beams lanced from their weapons in perfect sequence. Every sweep of goss flensed another trench clean. Men died in sections. Flesh vanished from arms and faces first, then torsos, then whole bodies, until all that remained were rib cages, steaming marrow, smoking, weapon frames, and the greasy ash of what had once been soldiers of the Imperium. One heavy stubber team fired until the barrel glowed white. Then all three men were stripped to clean bone in the space of a heartbeat, their emplacement left hissing and unattended. "Forward," growled a Carcharodon sergeant. No speech beyond that. No grand order. The battle brothers surged. Tahu saw then what made them so terrible to stand near. Loyal they were. Angels of the Emperor, yes. Yet from mortal height, they felt less like saviors than sanctioned predators. They hit the Necron line with chain blades screaming and bolters thundering, tearing open the disciplined advance, not to hold a defensive frontage, but to punch a bleeding tunnel straight into its depth. The Carcharodons had no interest in anchoring a line, no taste for the proud geometry of textbook planetary war. They drove themselves into pressure points, into junctions, into command nexuses and kill corridors, always deeper, always toward the nerve. Tyberos wanted the artery opened, not the skin protected. Above the transit yard, more pods fell. One smashed through the upper levels of a hab spire in a blast of dust and shrine glass. Another hammered into the roof of a munitions depot and immediately birthed a squad of red brethren who began butchering their way downward through the interior. Across the hive-sprawled teleport, flares strobed and vanished, each one another spear thrust into a weak point Tyberos had marked from orbit. Imperial commanders tried to impose some lesser logic on the war, and failed. The governor militant of Varax came through the command vox in a state halfway between panic and disbelief. His male voice shook with the effort of pretending command, still meant something. "Chapter Master, the eastern hab belts are collapsing. I require evacuation lanes to the upper bastions at once. The lower manufactoria are gone. Gone. We must preserve the command staff and remaining stockpiles." Tyberos's reply was flat as old iron. "Hold your bastions or die in them." Another voice cut in from an orbital relay, a Navy Commodore whose composure had already cracked under the sight of his fleet, being paired apart above the atmosphere. "If you cannot contain the Xenos advance, authorize exterminatus before the thing beneath the moon reaches full function. By the throne, man, burn the world if you must." Tahu was close enough to Tyberos then to hear the sound the chapter master made. Not a laugh. Something worse. A breath through scarred teeth that acknowledged weakness and dismissed it. "No." The Commodore began again, but Tyberos had already severed the channel. Evacuation, he would not grant. Exterminatus, he would not grant. The lives between those refusals simply remained in the jaws of the war, to be ground up until their deaths purchased a shape useful to the hunt. Billions were trapped now between inhuman masters, above and below the Silent King. Regarded human multitudes as obstruction, biomass, and strategic contamination. Here upon the skin of Varax, Tyberos valued obedience above their survival. That did not make the Red Wake false. It made him something more terrible than a liar. He meant to fight. He meant to kill for the world. But he would spend every soul upon it if expenditure served the greater strike. That truth spread faster than the battle lines. Men understood it without ever speaking it aloud. The pale nomad came down in the third wave. Te Kahurangi walked from a teleport bloom that left the air around him crackling blue-white against the green death saturating the battlefield. He was a leaner figure than Tyberos, his armor marked by old script, shark-tooth sigils, and the ritual austerity of a warrior who carried both the burden of the chapter's old blood and the sickness of seeing too far. His helm remained mag-clamped at his hip. His face was hard, pale, gaunt as carved ivory. When he turned his gaze toward the lower hive sink levels, Tahu saw something pass across those ice-dead features that was not fear, but kin to it. Tyberos met him amid the shell bursts and falling ash. "What do you see?" the chapter master asked. Te Kahurangi did not answer at once. His attention was fixed not on the advancing phalanxes in the streets, but on the world beneath them, on the under-city foundations, and the impossible depth below even those. "At first," he said, "I took it for null pressure, a deadening, a machine denial. It is more." Around them, Carcharodon kill squads moved through the yard, reloading, dragging ammunition caskets from dead haulers, stamping writhing canoptech constructs into sparks beneath ceramite boots. Their speech was all clipped vox bursts and hard oath fragments. "Contact right." Kill confirmed. "Push. Burn the vent." Nothing more. They had no breath for battlefield theater. Te Kahurangi closed his eyes for one heartbeat, as if listening to something too far below human hearing. "It is an absence engineered to purpose," he said. "Not emptiness. Hunger. A tomb teaching reality to forget itself. Thought goes near it and comes back smaller." Even Tyberos went stiller at that. The pale nomad's voice remained measured, but Tahu heard strain threaded through it now, a pressure behind the calm. The thing beneath Varax does not merely deny the witch. It seeks to erase the space in which the witch, the warp, perhaps even memory itself might take root. I have felt null fields before. This, he opened his eyes. This feels like burial from the inside. Tyberos gave a single nod. Then we go deeper. The war obeyed that logic immediately. Instead of spreading the chapter across the hive to bolster crumbling imperial sectors, Tyberos drove assault cadres into the deepest points of pressure. He sent one company into the collapsed freight arteries beneath Furnace 9, where Necron, emergent signatures clustered thickest. Another he hurled into the cathedral hab blocks overhanging the sump descents, not to hold the faithful districts, but to sever the vertical transit lines and force the enemy to commit through narrower kill channels. Red Brethren teleport strikes hit maintenance cathedra and reactor chapels already overrun by metallic phalanxes. Every thrust was aimed inward. The chapter became a ring of spearheads punching into a carcass, each one driving towards some unseen heart. The ordinary defenders broke around that movement like water around teeth. Arbite's kill teams fought to the last in shrine intersections and factorum gates, only to be outflanked by tomb shafts opening beneath their boots. Labor militias fired laser guns until the cells ran dry, then died beneath Gauss fire that left their rifle stocks smoking in skeletal hands. Tech adepts tried to hold generatoriums and data looms with electro-priests and combat servitors, but Canoptech swarms came through venting ducts and underfloor channels, reducing sacred machine rooms to red butcheries of oil, blood, and torn mechadendrites. Through it all, the Silent King observed. In the Dead Moon's command depths, where ancient courts stood under cold star map light, the lower hive combat developed as projected. Human resistance clustered in predictable channels. The Carcharodon's chosen vectors showed higher lethality, sharper target preference, greater willingness to accept attritional sacrifice. Tyberos, then, had identified the under-city routes as possible flank approaches toward the Null Engine's outer routes. That could not be permitted. The command was issued through the paired voices of the Triarch, with perfect calm. Collapse the lower hive levels beneath the western and central manufactoria belts. Deny all subcrust access corridors. The trapped living are of no consequence. No hesitation followed. Deep below Hive Varax, charges older than the Imperium awoke. Structural locks released in forgotten strata beneath hab towers, sump vaults, and transit cathedra. Tomb architecture long buried under human filth and industry flexed and rose. Tahu felt the first tremor while crossing a bridgeway high above a furnace canyon with a train of ammunition serfs at his back. He thought it was shelling. Then the bridge shuddered once, twice, and the sound that rose from below was not artillery at all. It was the sound of a city's bones breaking. Across the Western Hive District, streets split open. Hab blocks tilted as their foundations vanished into sudden dark. Whole market levels dropped screaming into dust-choked abysses that had not existed a moment before. A Prometheum depot slid sideways and detonated midway down the collapse, vomiting black-orange fire up through the falling structures. Men ran, men prayed, men leapt from windows, only to vanish in the smoke beneath. Millions already trapped in the lower levels were crushed as the Undercity folded into a widening grave. Tyberos stood on a shattered transit platform overlooking the ruin and did not blink. A male precinct commander stumbled toward him through ash and falling masonry, his face black with soot, one arm hanging by strips of meat where a gorse sweep had opened it. "My lord," the man gasped, "there are still districts down there. There are still—" Tyberos backhanded him aside without looking. The officer spun to the deck, teeth and blood scattering across the ferrocrete. "Mark the edges," the chapter master said. The order went out. Carcharodon squads moved along the collapse front with remorseless efficiency, planting locator beacons, Auspex spikes, and breaching charges. Not because they intended to save those entombed below, because the newly opened wound had revealed exactly what Tyberos needed to see. The planet's skin had split over a buried necropolis. Through curtains of dust and ascending heat, black architecture now showed far beneath the broken hive. Vast polished walls, processional avenues lit by lines of emerald fire, tomb towers rising where sewage tunnels and underhive warrens had once sprawled. It was not ruin in the human sense. It was revelation. A city older than mankind, forcing its geometry through the corpse city built atop it. The surviving defenders nearest the edge fell to their knees or fled. Tahu stared into that impossible depth until his eyes watered from dust and the dry sting of the green light rising from below. He could smell hot iron, ruptured sewage mains, burning insulation, and beneath it all a colder scent like opened crypt stone after ages shut. Beside him, Te Kahurangi lifted his face slightly, as if the dead wind from the abyss carried meaning. "It opens," he said. Tyberos looked down into the vast sepulchral dark, where ranked figures of metal were already beginning to march from the uncovered avenues in perfect order. "No," the Redwake replied. His voice was like a hatch ceiling. "It invites." The deeper the war drove into Varax, the less it resembled any clean remembrance of imperial battle, and the more it became what the Ghoul stars had always promised, in whispered chart-room warnings and voidsman catechisms. A place where old death waited beneath the skin of worlds, and where the living entered only to be thinned, stripped, and forgotten. Tahu learned that lesson in the dark between levels. The newly opened necropolis beneath Hive Varax had become a wound in the planet large enough to swallow districts. The edges of the collapse still broke and sloughed away by the hour, dropping whole hab rows, shrine towers and transit spans into the abyss in avalanches of screaming metal and pulverized masonry. But the first horror of that revelation had already passed. Men had seen the black avenues and the green-lit processional ways below. They had seen the skeletal statues and the rising phalanxes. What came after was worse, because it showed that the dead city beneath the hive was not a single tomb or buried fortification. It was a root system. It spread under manufactoria belts, under rad deserts, under sump oceans and cathedral warrens alike. Each time the crust split, another mouth opened. The war descended into those mouths. Drop shafts became killing grounds. Freight descenders became slaughter cages. Under-city roadways, once packed with the poor and the condemned, filled with shell smoke, collapsing support ribs, and the white bone remains of men skinned to skeletons by Gauss light. Every victory led deeper into a world beneath the world, and with each level, the architecture grew older, colder, and more absolute in its contempt for life. The walls lost even the pretense of human scale. They became polished monolith faces, etched with star patterns older than Holy Terror's first empire of mud and bronze. Vast ribs of black metal rose out of the depths, like the inside of some planet-sized cathedral built for a congregation of the deathless. And in those darks, other things came. Not Necron, not Imperial, not wholly anything Tahu could name. The first were pale shapes skittering at the edge of lumen range, too quick for the eye to settle upon, slipping from cracked sewage culverts and old service shrines the battle had split wide. They moved on all fours with the jerking speed of scavenger beasts, but their limbs were too long, their joints wrong, their backs ridged with old ritual piercings and iron hooks sunk through skin that had the color and texture of grave wax. One bondsman called them mutants before a pack of them dragged him screaming into a sump cut and opened his belly with sharpened human teeth. After that came worse. Tahu saw a thing in a collapsed catacomb that might once have been a man, if a man could survive with that many bones showing through his skin and still move. Its rib cage had opened outward in a crown of calcified spurs. Its face was a dry parchment stretched tight over a skull that still worked its jaw in blind hunger. It crawled through a field of the dead, clutching handfuls of loose organs to the hole that had become its mouth. Bolter fire turned it into rags and meat, but not before it let out a noise that made the lumen strips flicker and every mortal on that level cross himself in panic. They came because the war called them. Carrion feeders, ash desert night things, undercity ferals who had lived too long on corpse meat and sump poison, and others stranger still that seemed drawn not merely by blood, but by the tearing of old seals and the rising of forgotten places. Ghoul stars carrion, bone country vermin, nightmares bred in ruin and emboldened by the scent of so many dying. The Carcharodons did not distinguish between them and any other target. Bolt shells blew them apart. Chains wards worried them into strips. Flamers turned their den haunts into hissing pits of black grease and char. Still they came. Tyberos drove on through, all of it with the same merciless focus he had shown in orbit. He did not slow for the terror of the mortal defenders, nor for the hungry things boiling up from the depths, nor for the widening evidence that Varax had been feeding older horrors for ages uncounted. Wherever a route opened down, he forced it wider. Wherever the enemy concentrated, he struck. His chapter became not a shield over the hive, but a thrust of iron going ever downward. Tahu followed that thrust because there was nowhere else to follow. He moved with an ammunition train and casualty detail through a breach corridor punched into what had once been a freight shrine and was now a tomb gate. The threshold itself was a slab of impossible black material split by melter charges and decorated on the inner face with reliefs of crowned skeletal kings carrying suns in their hands. Beyond it, the passage descended into an old catacomb lined with walls that shone like wet obsidian. There were bones in those walls, not scattered bones, not battle dead. Human remains had been worked into the architecture in long sedimented layers, as if entire populations had once been pressed, stacked, and mortared into the catacomb faces, while still clothed in the remnants of their own ages. Ossified hands protruded from the blackness. Empty skulls stared from between the polished seams. Here and there, fragments of ancient human gear still remained locked in place among the dead. A rusted rebreather grill, a devotional plate, the bronze badge of some forgotten soldiery, all buried so deeply in the stone of bone that it was plain these dead did not belong to Varax's recent history. The region had been fed before. Tahu stopped dead at the sight of a child-sized skeleton half submerged in the wall, the teeth still clenched around a strip of metal prayer scroll. One of the Red Brethren turned his helm toward the catacomb face and spoke over the squad vox. Human deposition, multiple eras, repetition pattern, extends beyond current occupation. Another answered from deeper within the passage. This has happened before. No one said anything after that. Further on, they found a chamber whose floor had cracked under the strain of rising tombworks. Green fire glowed through the seams. More of the old ossuary walls surrounded it, and on the far side stood Te Kahurangi with a ring of battle brothers, while his gloved hand hovered just above a hovering array of stolen Xenos data. The pale nomad's face was bloodless in the green light, his eyes fixed on shapes only he and the machine augurs could fully understand. Tyberos entered a moment later, ducking only slightly beneath the broken archway. "What is it?" he asked. Te Kahurangi drew a slow breath. Not a single engine, a lattice. He gestured, and the data projection unfolded. Lines reached from the dead moon to the buried necropolis under Varax, then outward again in branching arrays toward dormant sites under sister worlds, asteroids, and derelict stations. It was not a fortress map. It was a system anatomy. Null architecture, Te Kahurangi said. Layered, distributed, anchored through both moon and world. The core is not here, but this place feeds it. A crown form, a command nexus seated at the heart of the moon planet structure. He looked up then, and for the first time, Tahu saw open revulsion in the librarian's face. It does not merely deny the Empyrean, it imposes absence. If it wakes fully, transit routes through this region will alter. Astropathic reach will fail. Warp turbulence will break against dead corridors shaped by its field. Anything dependent upon thought, soul, or psychic trace will suffer. Anything dependent on mass migration or biomass concentration will be driven to fracture. Tahu did not understand all of that. He understood enough. This thing would not only kill Varax, it would reshape the Ghoul stars. Tyberos understood all of it at once. His silence hardened, Around them, the war raged on through the lower levels, but even that noise seemed farther away for a heartbeat. The red wake was not given to visible reaction, yet Tahu saw the moment knowledge became decision behind those black eyes. What they faced was no border massacre, no dynastic raid for bodies and territory, no localized atrocity to be answered with equal savagery and then endured. This was a regional extinction event in the making, a machine design meant to sterilize the future of whole corridors of space. Above them, on the world's sundered skin, the human cost kept climbing. Columns of fugitives poured out from the outer hive belts and down the continent's surviving road networks in search of distance that no longer existed. Labor families with all their possessions strapped to handcarts, priests dragging reliquaries on chains, administratum clerks in dust masks, shepherding orphans and account slates with equal desperation. Penal gangs still wearing shock, collars, broken militia remnants clutching empty rifles. It was not orderly evacuation, it was mass animal flight. The Silent King burned the roads clean. Tahu saw the first continent-wide strike from the lip of a shattered Hab bastion, where he had been carrying fresh bolt drums to a rearming cadre. Far out beyond the hive perimeter, across the ash plains where the refugee roads braided between dead manufactoria and rad-blasted shell cities, 3 lights descended from the dirty heavens. Not stars, not dropcraft, menhirs. They moved with the serene inevitability of sacred stones, lowered by giant hands, each one an impossible black obelisk, rimmed in sickly green. They took position above the roads and hung there, silent and regal. Then the land itself began to die under them. Lances of energy, broad as avenue blocks and bright enough to hurt the eye through smoke, reached down in measured sweeps. They did not simply explode what they touched. They rendered it into aftermath. Convoys became expanding skeleton fields. Refugee columns vanished in stripes of white bone and ash. Hab stacks on the outer margins of the evacuation routes boiled from the inside as their structural guts turned first incandescent, then liquid. Tahu watched a tower block split from foundation to roof, while bodies hurled themselves from the windows in sheets. By the time the tower fell, it was already a glowing carcass of fused glass and running metal. When the menhir beam passed on, nothing remained around the road for kilometers but blackened vertebrae, wheel hubs, chapel bells sunk in slag, and the faint, greasy smoke of what had been a population in motion. Macro-destructive engines joined them from beyond the horizon. Green arcs cut across the plains. Distant cities became bowls of white light, and then collapsed inward, as though clenched by the fist of some invisible god. One after another, the road refugees disappeared without the dead ever seeing the king who had sentenced them. Tahu dropped to one knee behind the bastion lip, not from impact, but from the weakness that took him watching so many people erased with such absolute remoteness. A male bondsman beside him began to pray, then broke down sobbing instead. A veteran Karkaradan armsman kicked him hard enough to crack teeth and pointed him back toward the ammunition crates. "No tears," the voidsman snarled. "Carry!" That was the mercy left in this war. Later, when the surviving High Command of Varax gathered in a bombardment shelter beneath the governor's shattered palace district, one man still dared to speak, as if shame might move the Red Wake. He was General Merrick Van, senior ground commander by rank after 2 sector marshals and the governor militant had already died. Tahu knew the name because a frantic Vox clerk whispered it with awe before the man entered, and because Van still looked enough like a soldier that hope tried to gather around him by reflex. He was old, broad-shouldered, one side of his face cut open to the teeth and bandaged in blood-soaked gauze. His dress cuirass had been discarded for a soot-black field coat. He smelled of smoke, Mediki alcohol, and the sourness of too little sleep. Tyberos stood over the shelter's strategium table, while commanders, tech priests, and surviving precinct chiefs argued in exhaustion and fear. Tikahurangi remained slightly apart. His gaze turned toward the floor as though he listened to the machine depths below. Van slammed a wounded fist against the table. "You spend us like sump scum." The chamber went still. No one spoke to an Astartes that way and kept his certainty intact, yet the general pressed on because desperation had burned away the instinct for self-preservation. "You deny evacuation. You deny a clean ending. You drive my men into breaches they cannot hold and call it necessity. Billions are dying out there while you hunt your quarry through the underlevels like some deep-water beast. You wear the Emperor's sigil, Lord, so act like his angel and not his executioner." Tahu could hear men breathing. He could hear the click of cooling weapon housings. Somewhere above, distant artillery shook dust from the shelter ceiling. Tyberos looked at the general. Nothing in that gaze altered. No offense, no wrath, simply judgment. "You are relieved," the chapter master said. Van stared at him. "What?" Tyberos did not raise his voice. "Your command is void." The general lurched forward. "You arrogant." Two battle brothers seized him before the insult finished forming. Not roughly. Worse, efficiently. Tyberos looked past him to the officers clustered at the chamber's edge. "His divisions go first into the breach under Furnace 9. All reserve elements with them." For one impossible moment, Van forgot his own anger and understood what had just been done. The blood drained from the uninjured side of his face. "That is a death sentence." "Yes," Tyberos said. No one argued after that. The general was dragged away, still cursing, though the words lost force as the reality of the order settled over everyone who heard it. By the next hour, his divisions were already moving toward the breach. Men who had expected a rotation to the rear were shoved into column and sent down through a tomb gate where Gauss fire and Canoptek swarms waited in prepared dark. Tahu saw some of them pass. Some made the sign of the Aquila. Some stared blankly. Some whispered promises to wives, sons, brothers who would never know where they had died. Their officers kept them moving with shock mauls and pistol threats. They vanished into green light and gun smoke. The Carcharodons followed their ruin into the gap. That was the way of the chapter. Use the soft bodies first. Let them trigger the hidden guns, feed the traps, show where the enemy's reaction lines truly lay, then send in the killers. Hours later, in a chamber, so deep the air itself seemed mineral and ancient, the harvest of that order bore fruit. The breach wave had died almost to a man, but their deaths had forced open a data vault, whose walls displayed incomplete star charts and null lattice vectors in burning glyphwork. To Kahurangi and the chapter's lore, thralls stripped what knowledge they could, while the Red Brethren held the approaches knee-deep in the wrecks of Necron Guardians and dead Imperial soldiers. The translated fragments were fragmentary, but enough. Transit corridors, dead lanes, regions of narrowed warp behavior, zones in which biomass concentration became unstable, and migratory patterns were driven apart by systemic null pressure. Projected campaign shifts across dozens of neighboring systems if the Crown Core awakened fully. Supply routes lost, astropathic horizons crippled, tyrannid movement patterns disrupted, diverted, or perhaps enraged into new vectors of hunger. Tyberos stood over the projection and understood the scale. This was not Varax. This was the Ghoul stars remade in death. Tahu saw him look then to Tekahurangi, and between the chapter master and the pale nomad passed a silence heavier than any spoken oath. It was the understanding that all lesser calculations had ended. Cost no longer mattered in the old sense. Ships, serfs, elite companies, future recruiting stock, all of it now sat beneath a single necessity. Tyberos broke the silence. We kill the king. There was no flourish to it, no promise of survival, no mention of honor. One of the veteran brethren inclined his helm. At any cost? Tyberos' eyes did not leave the star chart. If it spends the chapter's finest, then they are spent. No one protested. No one asked what would remain afterward, because in the depths below Varax, amid the bone-lined catacombs and the old black walls that had fed on human dead for ages forgotten, they all understood the truth at last. If the king lived, to wake the crown, nothing left in that region of space would ever again be merely war. War reduced men to units, and Tyberos made units of everyone. The surviving command echelons of Varax learned that truth in the wake of General Van's ruin, when what remained of the Hive's defenders, its bonded labor cohorts, its void port gangs and its penal stockades were dragged out of whatever shelters had not yet collapsed and counted not by name, regiment or oath, but by how usefully they might die. Tahu stood upon a shattered parade concourse before the lower embarkation bastions and watched the order of the world be butchered into something colder. The old banners of Varax hung in cindered strips from snapped poles. The aquila over the bastion gate had been cracked by falling masonry, so that one wing drooped like a broken limb. Beneath that wounded symbol, the Carcharodons arranged mankind into columns. Enforcers who had spent their last shells shooting looters were clubbed into line beside Hive militia, whose uniforms still bore the soot-black stains of manufactoria labor. Press-ganged void scum from the orbital docks stood in shock collars and chain harnesses, tattooed throats craned as they searched for exits that no longer existed. Penal levies, dragged from cells and transit cages with the promise of absolution that none of them believed, stared with dead eyes while bondsmen of the chapter daubed target runes on their breastplates and shoulder guards in white grease. Dock gangs, who had once carved each other for sump rights, now clutched las carbines and munitions crates with the mute dread of livestock being funneled toward the slaughter pit. Above them all moved the ash-grey giants. The Battle Brothers paced the concourse and the adjoining munitions courts like executioners inspecting condemned stock. They did not bark speeches. They did not call for patriotic ardor. Their orders came in clipped commands and kill logic stripped of ornament. Separate the wounded. Strip all functioning cells. Any man who cannot run carries. Those who cannot carry dig. It sickened Tahu. He told himself that it was not fear alone, because fear had become so constant in Varax that it no longer needed its own name. This was something fouler. To watch the chapter take the world's remaining defenders and sort them by how efficiently they might trigger hidden guns, draw out phase traps, drag ammunition through killing ground, or die in a way that revealed the enemy's true line of reaction. It was a cruelty so plain that no sanctimony could be draped over it. And yet he understood the logic. That was the worst corruption of all. Tyberos could not spend Battle Brothers searching every shaft and vault for lurking death. He could not waste Red Brethren on blind advance, where mortal flesh would tell him more cheaply where the traps lay. The outer tomb rings of the dead moon and the deep necropolis below Varax were thick with kill corridors, phase fields, hidden fire, and machine ambush. Men had to go first. Men had to die first. Men had to reveal the pattern with their screaming bodies so the true killers could strike where it mattered. The Carcharodons were not building an army. They were gathering sacrificial momentum. The dead fed that effort too. Across every breach front, every transit yard, every collapsed hab quarter and tomb approach, salvage cadres moved behind the lines, like butchers working a field of carcasses. Tahu spent one full watch attached to such a detail and would never after forget the practical obscenity of it. Corpses were rolled over, cut open, searched and stripped. The dead of Varax were relieved of functioning flak plates, rebreathers, charge packs, promethium canisters, medici kits, and any ammunition that had not cooked off in the heat of battle. Fallen Astartes were treated differently, with an austerity that bordered on ritual. Yet even there, nothing was wasted. Armor seals were recovered, spare pouches, intact mag clamps, emergency oxygen couplings, all stripped with hard, reverent efficiency. Chainswords were unclogged with hooked tools and rinsed in strong solvent to remove the packed gristle, hair and bone paste wound around their teeth. Bolter magazines were counted. Promethium was siphoned from ruptured tanks and fuel lines with hand pumps, while the dead lay cooling inches away. The battlefield was a storehouse, and Tyberos would be damned before he left anything useful in the hands of the dead. Once, near a collapsed freight basilica, whose lower nave had been turned into a temporary sorting yard, Tahu saw a line of deserters dragged out for judgment. They were hive militia, boys and old men for the most part, men who had thrown down their weapons and tried to disappear into the refugee columns before the roads were burned clean. They were not brave enough to face the underlevels. They had hoped terror elsewhere might hide. Them, Tyberos, came in person. The murmur across the yard died as the chapter master mounted a broken loading cradle and stood over them in his terminator plate, a colossal grey mass crusted with the soot and blood of recent slaughter. His armor looked as if it had been carved from the storm-black flank of some abyssal beast. Hunger and slake hung at his sides, their lightning-fed edges dim for now, but no less hungry for the pause. The deserters tried to kneel. One collapsed entirely. Another began to babble a plea about sons, hab rights, old parents sealed in a lower shrine block. Tyberos gave them no hearing. "Look at them," he said to the assembled columns. His voice carried without needing to rise. "They feared a worthless death." He stepped down from the cradle and seized the nearest deserter by the throat, lifting the man clear off the ground with one gauntlet. The militia trooper kicked and clawed at ceramite that did not feel him. Tyberos turned enough that the whole yard could see the man's legs twitching. "Obedience will not save you," the chapter master said, "but it may yet purchase meaning." Then he crushed the deserter's neck in his fist. The spine went with a wet crack. Blood ran from the man's nose and mouth in a sudden sheet. Tyberos let the corpse fall and drew Slake in one smooth, hideous motion. The paired blades of the lightning claw hissed to full life, caging his gauntlet in pale, killing arcs. He stepped into the line of prisoners and butchered them where they knelt. Heads came off with sizzling sprays. Chests opened to the spine. One man had time to scream once before his skull burst under the claw's passage and brains painted the ferrocrete in steaming gobbets. The yard watched in absolute silence. When it was done, Tyberos turned back to the columns, while the dead slid apart at his feet. "Into the breach," he said. No one ran after that. The assault on the moon's outer tomb rings began, under a sky the color of diseased brass. Orbital wreckage still burned through the upper atmosphere. Black ash fell in fitful curtains over the embarkation grounds, while landers and assault craft clawed upward toward the dead moon, packed beyond safe capacity with convicts, militia remnants, dock gangs, armsmen, chapter thralls, and the Carcharodon spearheads who would force them forward when fear locked their legs. Tahu went with the first major wave, strapped into a crashing troop cradle amid the stink of blood, promethium, and men trying not to retch. No sermon preceded the landing. No one spoke, except to relay vectors and time the descent. The moon received them in green fire. The outer tomb rings were no simple walls. They were concentric belts of black architecture cut into the moon's glassy crust, rising and falling in vast terraces, gate fields, processional roads, and flanking towers whose proportions mocked human warcraft. Assault pods slammed into polished avenues older than mankind and burst open under immediate gorse fire. Men poured out into kill zones so exact they felt ordained. Whole files of penal levies vanished in emerald sheets as Xeno's beams swept across them, peeling skin, fat and muscle from bone in one smooth pass and leaving only rib cages toppling through their own smoke. Void gangs armed with looted shotguns and mining cutters made it 3 strides before phase mines bloomed beneath them, turning their lower halves into red weather. Then the press began. Carcharodon sergeants and veteran voidsmen drove the second and third waves forward over the still falling dead. Tahu saw one bondsman beaten upright with the butt of a bolter after he froze before a field of skeletal remains that had been alive seconds before. The man staggered into the open and was immediately opened himself, his body reduced to a shining framework that hit the black stone in clattering pieces. Behind that living tide came the Battle Brothers. Now the war reached the scale and obscenity it had been building toward. Mountains of dead grew in the mouths of the tomb rings. The first breach roads became mounds of skinned corpses, shattered necrodermies, severed limbs, broken lasguns, and coils of cooling entrails ground under boots into a greasy mulch. Chainswords clogged with bone splinters, hair and gristle, until their teeth shrieked and spat fragments back into the faces of the living. Bolters thundered at near point-blank range into advancing Necron ranks whose bodies came apart in black metallic sprays and then tried to rise again from their own ruin. Men died by the hundreds each minute, and still the assault columns kept coming because there was no direction left in the war but forward. The Silent King allowed it. That was the deeper horror Te Kahurangi later named, but Tahu felt it long before the librarian gave it words. The enemy did not try to halt the assault outright at first. Lesser phalanxes held and died in place with inhuman obedience, giving ground in measured depth, yielding passage through one gate, only to deny another, opening lanes that seemed weak enough to tempt further advance. The Carcharodons tore those phalanxes apart and pushed onward into the ring architecture, and only later did the full shape become plain. They were being drawn inward, kill corridors folded around them, flanking galleries lit one after another with waiting gas emplacements, hidden ports irised open in walls that had seemed inert. Retreat routes closed behind the assault columns as black slabs rose from the floor and ceiling. The lesser Necron formations were not failing. They were spending themselves to fix Tyberos' position inside a geometry of death chosen in advance. Tahu entered one of those corridors in the train of a munitions cohort, just as the trap was sprung. The passage was high and smooth as the inside of a blade, lined with star glyphs that hurt the eye to follow. Human dead already carpeted the floor from a previous push. Their blood had frozen dark on the black stone, giving way underfoot in slick, cracking skins. Ahead, Carcharodon veterans were fighting in utter silence against a retreating line of Necron warriors when the walls themselves began to shimmer. A cryptek emerged from the distortion. It seemed less to step into real space than to permit real space to notice it. Tall, spare, crowned in blade-thin arrays, it held a staff from which impossible angles spilled like broken light. Around it, the corridor changed. Phase snares burst into being as translucent nets of force that sliced through the leading mortal ranks. Men were not cut cleanly in half. They came apart in strips, as if their bodies had been fed through invisible comb teeth. One serf ran 2 steps, with his face still attached, but the skin of his torso hanging loose behind him like a butcher's apron. Another turned as the field touched him, and his entire back peeled away from neck to heel in one wet sheet, leaving white spine, ribs, and the shining red knots of muscle beneath. Then came the skin-scouring field. It rolled outward from the cryptek in a pulse of pale distortion that left the Carcharodon serfs closest to it, hanging on the bulkhead corners in ribbons. Tahu saw a man he had eaten beside that same morning flayed so completely that his facial skin remained caught on a protruding seam, while the rest of him struck the floor raw and screaming, hands scrabbling at a skull no longer covered. Others were pinned in strips from the corners and door lips of the corridor, their own hide and muscle peeled back and wrapped around the architecture, as if some monstrous hand had wiped them there. The assault recoiled. Even the veterans gave a half pace under that atrocity. Tyberos came through them. He did not shout challenge. He did not call for courage. He simply hit the trap at full violence, crashing through the center of his own wounded, as if pain and ruin were only weather to be crossed. Gauss fire stripped at his armor. Faye's fields clawed sparks from his plating. A war scythe haft swung from somewhere in the press and shattered against one shoulder pauldron. He went on regardless, a walking catastrophe in grey ceramite. The cryptek turned its staff toward him. Tyberos answered by closing the distance faster than any mortal eye had the right to follow. Hunger took the construct through the chest. Slake tore its staff arm away. He did not stop there. He dragged the thing bodily out of its own protective field and smashed it into the wall hard enough to crater black metal. Then he tore it apart. Not killed, torn. Its torso came open in shrieking halves. Its spine column ripped free in a spray of emerald discharge. Limbs went in opposite directions. The crowned skull struck one wall, then another, before Tyberos drove his claws through it and pinned the wreckage so deep into the stone that fragments of necrodermis embedded there like shrapnel from an artillery burst. The rest of the machine's skeleton hit the corridor around him in spinning pieces, lodged in bulkheads and ceiling ribs, still twitching as their control systems failed. The trap guttered with its master's death. The surviving Carcharodons surged forward over the flayed ruin of their own dead. Hours later, in a shattered data vault beyond that corridor, Te Kahurangi stood amidst cracked black consoles and the remains of Necron guardians, while green glyphs burned in the air around his helmless face. His expression was carved from exhaustion and horror alike. Tyberos faced him across a floor buried in shell casings, cooling bodies and oily machine fragments. "Well?" Te Kahurangi answered without preamble. "The crown wakes in rings." He gestured, and the projected lattice widened far beyond Varax. Concentric zones spread outward through neighboring systems, not all at once, but with dreadful certainty, deadening and poisoning the paths between worlds as they expanded. "If it reaches full function," the pale nomad said, "the first systems nearest Varax will fail in sequence. Transit will die in widening bands. Astropathic scream will collapse into silence. Populations reliant on the warp, on trade, on migration, on the movement of thought itself will begin to wither. The subsector will not fall to one blow. It will be strangled ring by ring." No one in the chamber spoke. They had all known already that the war was greater than one world. Yet hearing its final scope made even veteran battle brothers seem momentarily grimmer, as if some last reserve of simple battlefield certainty had been denied them. Tahu looked at the projection and felt the scale of it as sickness. Not just Varax, not even just the Ghoul stars near at hand. This thing would send death outward in deliberate circles through the black, system by system, until whole regions of mankind dimmed like candle flames starved of air. Tyberos gave the image one long stare, then turned toward the breach ahead. The assault resumed. At what passed for noon upon the moon's dead face, the light changed. One moment the weak local sun still bled its thin pallor through dust and battle smoke. The next, it seemed to falter, as though some giant hand had smudged ash across its face. Shadows lengthened over the tomb rings. Green light from the machine depths grew sharper. The black avenues and corpse mounds took on the hues of an old mausoleum at the hour before burial. Men looked up from the fighting. Even Necron eyes seemed to burn brighter in the dimming. Tahu stood amid the dead on a blood-slick processional road and watched noon turn to funeral twilight while the war screamed on around him. Somewhere below, or within, or beyond the reach of anything human, the null crown was beginning to draw breath. Tyberos chose the strike without ceremony. By then, the war around Varax had swollen beyond any mortal commander's ability to name in full. The tomb rings of the dead moon ran black with oil, blood, and the grey ash of men stripped to nothing by Gauss fire. Hive districts on the world below still collapsed into the buried necropolis in long, grinding convulsions, while the outer void flickered with the killing dance of crippled escorts, burning hulks, and phase dark Xeno's craft. The Null Crown drew nearer to waking with every hour. There was no clean line left to hold, no reserve deep enough to matter, no honest pretense that attrition alone would save what remained. So Tyberos did what only a predator certain of its own teeth would do. He aimed for the head. The moving command citadel of the Silent King did not travel through the moon's buried empire like any fortress Tahu could have understood. It shifted through black corridors and processional voids by means of geometry that denied human sense, present in one vault, then another, its path sketched not by tracks or visible engines but by the rearrangement of dynastic power signatures and the sudden blooming of impossible command traffic wherever it drew near. The law thralls named it a war dais. Takahurangi called it a nexus of kingly transit. The Battle Brothers gave it no name at all. They marked its path, measured its escorts, and prepared to strike it dead. Tahu stood in the teleport chamber aboard the Nikor, with the taste of copper in his mouth and the sense that the ship itself knew something had changed. The chamber walls shook with the distant thud of bombardment from the fleet action still raging overhead. Incense smoke drifted through the blue glare of charging teleport coils. Servo skulls circled the vault, muttering machine prayer in metallic whispers, while chapter serfs checked relay sigils and target locks with hands made clumsy by exhaustion. At the center of it all stood Tyberos and the Red Brethren.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
They were enormous in the chamber's hard light. Terminator plate turned to hulking shadows edged with warning runes. Their armor bore the fresh wounds of Varax, scorched pauldrons, cracked seals, blood dried in black crust along the teeth of chain fists and the housings of stormbolters. One warrior's left greave had been replaced entirely by a patchwork of old plate and emergency lockbands. Another bore 3 deep channels through his breastplate, where something too old and strong to be merely war gear had almost opened him to the spine. Yet no weakness showed in their bearing. They waited as statues wait before a tomb, perfectly still, all violence banked inward. Tikahurangi entered last. The pale nomad looked more strained than Tahu had ever seen him. His face had acquired the brittle pallor of overtaxed psychers and men who had stared too long into things the soul was never meant to survive. Cables ran from the psychic hood, mounted over his shoulders, into the chamber's targeting shrine. He did not look at the serfs or the teleport adepts. His attention was already elsewhere, feeling for a path through null pressure dense enough to crack thought. Tyberos turned his head a fraction as the librarian approached. "You can place us?" Tikahurangi's expression did not alter. "I can place you near him. Near is enough." That was all. No invocation, no reassurance. The target lock completed with a sound like cathedral bells being struck underwater. Blue-white light caged the strike force. Tahu saw Tyberos lower Hunger and Slake into ready position, claws angled down, every line of his frame composed for immediate violence. Then the teleport flare swallowed them. The receiving chamber was a hall of black metal and ancient contempt. Even through remote picked feeds and fractured Vox returns, Tahu felt it at once. The air itself seemed wrong there, cold beyond temperature, as if life were an impurity the place had noticed and despised. The hall rose in vast sepulchral tiers around processional stairs and dynastic statuary whose proportions mocked mankind's love of monumental arrogance by achieving it effortlessly. Towering figures of crowned skeletal kings lined the flanks, each holding symbols that might once have denoted suns, worlds, or the lives of species. Green fire moved through channels in the floor like captive lightning beneath ice. Nothing bore a mark of haste, damage, or compromise. It was a royal place, not by human standards of velvet and gold, but by the simpler and more terrifying standard of power so old it had forgotten what challenge felt like. The Red Brethren materialized into that ancient geometry in a burst of collapsing light and immediately formed a wedge around Tyberos. Storm bolters lifted. Auspec's glyphs ran wild over the impossible readings. For one heartbeat there was no movement, but the hiss of cooling teleport energies. Then the Triarch spoke. The sound did not come from a single mouth. It rolled through the hall from paired thrones mounted below a raised dais, where impossible engines hovered in regal orbit. One voice was deep, sepulchral, the drag of stone over tomb seals. The other was clear and cold enough to cut, the sound of a verdict engraved into crystal. Together, they made language itself feel older than man. You have bled deeply to arrive here, Hunter. Tyberos did not advance at once. He studied the dais and the forms arrayed upon and around it. There were Praetorians there, their rod weapons held in ceremonial stillness, and Lichguard with war scythes angled in honor posture that also happened to be one breath from murder. Behind them hovered war engines like dark suns, chained in ordered orbit around the raised platform from which the silent king presided, though Tahu could not fully resolve the sovereign himself through the feed. There was too much glare, too much null distortion around the center. He appeared as a regal silhouette amidst attendant force, crown shape and command light. Tyberos's reply was gravel dragged over a blade's edge. You hide behind dead men and old machines. The Triarch answered at once. We stand behind history, which is a stronger shield. That first exchange carried more than taunt. Even Tahu, no philosopher and less than a scholar, understood the hatred laid bare in it. Tyberos spoke as the Imperium always did, at its most brutal and honest, not as a realm of hope, but as a weapon too stubborn to die. Savage persistence, blood bought time, endurance through atrocity, the shark that survived because it never ceased feeding. The king spoke from a colder height, not cruelty for appetite's sake, but dominion as right. A galaxy for the deathless, because the deathless alone possessed the scale to rule it without illusion. The paired voices rolled through the chamber again. Your species clings to the stars by breeding, by panic, and by noise. It mistakes multiplication for inheritance. Only that which escapes death has claim to permanence. Tyberos took a step forward. The floor boomed under his weight. We claim by killing what stands before us. There was no answer after that, except war. The Praetorians fell first, dropping from the dais approaches with rod blades igniting in crackling arcs. Lichguard advanced in iron lockstep from both flanks. War scythes raised, their polished forms reflecting the green fire running through the floor. The impact when they hit the Red Brethren was less battle than industrial collision. Terminator plate met dynastic war gear in detonations of sparks, shattered metal, and impossible force. One Red Brother vanished beneath a Praetorian's descending blade and came apart in smoking chunks. His breastplate split through, his torso pulped into gore that burst from the seams of his armor. Another took a war scythe across the helm and shoulder, the weapon shearing deep enough to send half his head, and the whole of one pauldron spinning away in a fan of blood, bone, and torn cabling. Tyberos went straight through the center. He did not fence. He did not trade measured blows. He tore. Hunger bit through the first Lichguard's chest and ripped the machine noble into halves before its escort could close. Slake punched into the visor slit of a Praetorian and blew the construct's skull apart in an emerald flash that sprayed molten fragments across the black floor. A war scythe cut a deep furrow along Tyberos's side, peeling ceramite and flesh both. He ignored it. He smashed bodily into the next rank, all mass and predatory fury, and drove the enemy back up the processional steps through sheer violence of contact. No mortal commander could have survived that space for a second. That was what Tahu understood, watching the picked feet shake and judder with every impact. This was not leadership at a safe remove. Tyberos had become a local extinction event, a transhuman butcher force forcing itself up through the king's honor guard by strength, timing, and hatred sufficient to shame lesser myths. The Red Brethren paid for every stride. Praetorian rods cored Terminator plate. Lich-Guard scythes opened legs, shoulders, and helm seals with contemptuous power. One veteran was seized by 2 machine nobles at once and literally torn from his feet, his arms ripped clear from the sockets in fountains of blood before the remnants of his torso were hurled down the stair in a clanging avalanche of ruined ceramite. Another died on his knees, Stormbolter still firing as a Praetorian weapon drove through his chest and out the back of his armor in a plume of atomized flesh. Tyberos reached striking distance. For a heartbeat, the impossible happened. He carved the final ring of honor guard apart and stood upon the edge of the dais of dominion with the silent king in direct proximity. Up close, the feed distorted so badly that Tahu's eyes watered trying to make sense of it. Regality. Necrodermis wrought to a standard beyond any lesser dynasty lord. Crown forms and command arrays radiating around a seated or hovering central presence whose stillness carried more menace than any visible aggression. The Triarch voices spoke again, though now they seemed to come from all directions. You come as if proximity were power. Tyberos's answer was a snarl-made language. Near enough to bleed. He lunged. Something struck first, not a blow in the ordinary sense. Force, command, light and machine authority merged into one impossible release from the dais. The nearest Red Brethren were simply crushed. Terminator armor folded inward with noises like ships breaking under pressure. One warrior burst apart inside his own plate, blood and organs jetting from the joints as though squeezed out by a giant invisible fist. Another was hurled sideways hard enough to crater a dynastic statue, his body rebounding in a spray of broken ceramite and spinal fragments. Tyberos himself staggered under the impact, one knee gouging the black floor, armor shrieking as stress rippled through the frame. The silent king had treated his slaughter of the honor guard as inconvenience. That truth hit harder than the force wave itself. The dais brightened. Orbiting war engines swung in response. One discharged a spear of energy that caught a Red Brother mid-charge and vaporized his upper body so completely that only the legs remained standing for a fraction before toppling. Another machine projected a lattice of blinding geometries through the hall that made space seem to buckle. Praetorians counterattacked at once, their discipline unbroken, advancing over the bodies of their own fallen with mechanical majesty. Tyberos rose into it anyway. He drove through the next wave, smashed one war engine aside with a blow of hunger that tore its housing open, and reached the edge of the dais once more. This time Slake struck true against one of the hovering machines. The claw bit deep, rending black metal, and the engine erupted in a blossom of green-white discharge that sent shards and command light raining over the platform. For one precious moment, the great architecture of the dais faltered. It was not enough. A blast from another engine hit Tyberos square across the chest and threw him backward down the steps. He crashed through 2 dead Lich-Guard and a falling Praetorian, landed hard enough to crack the floor, and still tried to rise. Blood ran from the joints of his armor now. One claw flickered, half its fields unstable. That was when Tekahurangi burned himself to save them. The librarian had entered the hall behind the main strike wedge, husbanding his strength against the null pressure gnawing at his mind. Now he tore that restraint aside. Psychic force should have had no place there. The dais and the king's presence denied it by ancient design, yet Tekahurangi forced a path into being through agony, sheer enough to kill weaker men 10 times over. Tahu heard his cry over the feed, not loud, but raw. the sound of a mind forcing itself through a narrowing grave. Blue-white lightning erupted around the surviving Carcharodons. Not a true warp flare, something harsher, improvised against the deadening field, a wound in absence itself. Praetorians reached for them. Lychguard raised war scythes to strike. The dais pulsed. The hall tried to close around the intrusion. The teleport dragged them free at the last possible instant. Back aboard the Nicor, the receiving chamber became a butcher's floor. The surviving Red Brethren came in broken. One arrived without an arm and half a face, spilling blood across the warding plates before he even hit the deck. Another materialized fused to the waist with fragments of Xeno's metal and died thrashing, while Mediki serfs tried to prise him loose. Takahurangi collapsed to one knee the instant the light released him, blood pouring from nose, ears, and eyes alike. Tyberos came through last, still standing, though just barely. His armor smoked. One shoulder guard was gone entirely. Blackened rents marred his chestplate. The damaged lightning claw hung at his side, spitting intermittent arcs. Tahu stared at the casualties and understood the cost before anyone said it aloud. Brothers he had seen fight since the first descent were now meat in split plate, or not there at all. Elites the chapter could not replace in one generation, perhaps not several, spent for a strike that had wounded but not slain the king. Takahurangi lifted his head with visible effort. "One of the war engines is crippled," he rasped. "The dais lost coherence for 6 point. He bit the rest off in a cough that painted the chamber floor red. Tyberos did not look at his own wounds. He looked only toward the moon, toward the buried empire and the throne he had failed to cut out. In the command depths beneath Varax, the silent king surveyed the aftermath through the dais and the tireless attention of his court. Damage reports flowed. A command engine destroyed. Honor guard losses within acceptable parameters. Extermination schedules delayed by a trivial measure. The hunter had drawn blood, yes. Enough to prove significance. Not enough to alter the grand design. The Triarch voices issued the only judgment required. "Do not pursue him." A lesser noble turned its death mask toward the throne. "My king, the intruder, is measured." The paired tones made finality of that word. His death now offers no strategic gain equal to the resumed timetable. Let the predator carry failure back to his den. The greater silencing proceeds. It was not mercy, not disdain alone. It was arithmetic on a scale so vast that personal vengeance became wasteful. Back aboard the Nicor, Tyberos stood amid the dead and the dying, while Mediki serfs and armor thralls hesitated at the edge of his shadow, uncertain whether to approach. When he finally spoke, his voice was roughened by damage and deeper than before. "Rearm. Nothing more. Not grief, not rage, just the next necessity." Yet Tahu, looking at the slaughtered chamber and the empty spaces where Red Brethren should have stood, knew something had changed in the Red Wake. Not weakness, not doubt, something colder. The king had lived. The strike had failed in its true purpose. Brothers beyond price had died for a wound the enemy had already begun to absorb. The war had passed another threshold. Now it was no longer enough to reach the throne. Now the throne itself would have to be broken. After the failure at the dais, the war ceased to belong to Varax alone. It spilled outward through the Ghoul stars like blood forced from a pierced organ, following pilgrim lanes, ore routes, defense pickets, shrine corridors, and half-forgotten void roads between worlds too poor or too cursed for the wider Imperium to remember until their tithes failed. What had begun as massacre within one dying system now swelled into campaign. Moon by moon, manufactorum by manufactorum, station by station, and world by world, the dead woke and the living were herded into lines of slaughter. Tahu first understood the true scale not from the strategium displays, though those now burned day and night with casualty glyphs and route collapse warnings, but from the voices coming through the fleet vox. At first, there had been panic from Varax and its nearest satellite holdings. Then came call signs he had never heard before. Place names pronounced in a dozen local accents, each one carrying its own fear and all of it the same underneath. Mining moons beyond the inner belt reporting tomb rises under drill shafts. Pilgrim anchorages on neighboring worlds going dark in sequence. Orbital manufactoria in the Kelid Reach cut open from within by awakened garrisons that had slept beneath their lowest vaults for ages. Shrine barges and ration convoys failing to arrive across 3 systems at once. A moon chaplain from distant Carthis, speaking with forced calm, while something metallic hammered on the sealed doors of his reliquary crypt. A void master on the pilgrim run to Ossuar begging sanction to scuttle his own ship, because the passengers in the lower holds had begun tearing each other apart after the nightlights went green, and the hull started whispering. The Ghoul stars were stirring around Varax, more than stirring, answering. The Silent King had not come to awaken one tomb and depart. Buried garrisons across neighboring systems now rose in answer to his return. Some were little more than old cohort vaults beneath forgotten forts and collapsed habitation belts. Others were whole dynastic sepulchres sunk under the skins of moons that mankind had mined, built upon, and prayed over without ever knowing what had slept below their feet. All woke in ordered stages, metal billions lifting from black crypts, marching under cold banners no human eye living had seen raised before, lining up in processional ranks while the world above them still thought itself alone in the night. Against them came the desperate, flailing mass of imperial humanity. That phrase entered Tahu's thoughts one long watch, while he stood on the Nikor's command deck and watched the holomap widen day by day until Varax was no longer at its center in any meaningful human sense. The system remained the heart of the war, yes, because the Null crown rose there and the king himself conducted the extermination from that royal grave. But around it now spread a ring of connected dying worlds, hives belching distress, moons flashing with surface bombardment, orbital lines breaking, habitation nodes turning red and then dead. The map looked less like strategy than plague. Tyberos looked upon it and seized command of it. The last pretense of local imperial sovereignty died in a command vault under the shattered palace district of Hive Varax. The surviving governor of the neighboring Karan cluster had reached the system with an escort of damaged monitors and a cargo of contradictory demands. He was a hard-faced male noble in void black command plate, trimmed in rank metals and flanked by aides who still clung to the old habits of courtly deference, even as worlds burned around them. He spoke of evacuation priorities, of preserving tithe assets, of strategic withdrawal to defend the inner shrine lanes while abandoning outer populations as regrettable necessities. He spoke as though he still governed a region of the Imperium rather than the perimeter of a grave. Tyberos let him finish. Then the chapter master stepped forward, took the man's head off with a single stroke of slake, and let the corpse topple across the projection table amidst rout sigils and casualty tallies. Blood sheeted over the hollow fields. One of the governor's aides screamed. Another tried to draw a sidearm and died with his arm still half raised when a Caradon battle brother put a bolt shell through his chest. Tyberos looked at the survivors. "This war is mine now," he said. That was all. No one disputed the claim. From that hour forward, what remained of the Imperial fleet, the ground defenses, the manufacturer militias, and the refugee coordination nodes answered to the Red Wake. His orders came swift and without ornament. Whole worlds were not defended so much as prepared. Valleys collapsed with mining charges to deny armored movement. Causeways were seeded with mines and sacrificial choke points. Orbital manufactoria were stripped of useful stock and then lit as bait, their lumen towers left blazing to draw Xenos assaults into pre-sighted kill arcs. Hive approaches were reduced to corpse-choked trenches lined with promethium drums and buried melter cells. Transit canyons on ash worlds were collapsed into jagged mazes that forced advancing phalanxes into lanes where thunderhawks could rake them from above. Even holy places were used if using them would kill better. The Carcharodons did not save worlds the way mortal men meant the phrase. They preserved denial. That was the truth Tahu came to at last, and once he saw it, he could not unsee it. Tyberos was not fighting to spare ordinary lives, or to restore some prior order in which hab workers returned to shifts and pilgrims to shrine roads. He was saving worlds only in the narrowest, cruelest sense. He meant to deny them to the enemy long enough to break the king's design. If that required their populations to be spent, trapped, scorched, conscripted, abandoned, or burned into the geometry of larger victory, then so be it. A world uninhabitable to the Necrons, but still strategically disruptive to their plan, counted as preserved. A population slaughtered in useful places counted as spent well. Once Tahu understood that, the war looked different everywhere. On Varax Secundus, he watched the remaining shrine populations driven into trench cloisters around the outer basilica districts under armsman guard. At first, the people believed the trenches were sanctified shelters. Priests moved among them with icons held high, promising protection through discipline and the Emperor's mercy. Then, Necron bombardment began walking inward, and when the trenches became death bowls, the Carcharodons sealed the rear exits to prevent panic from spreading into the adjacent munitions grounds. By the end of the day, the cloisters were full of dead packed so tightly, the living had to stand on bodies to keep their heads above the blood and mud. In the lower vaults of Keled Forge, whole hab populations were marched into munitions bunkers because the bunker's bulk and shape would tempt Xenos breach formations into confined approaches. The doors sealed. Vox traffic inside rose from prayer to fear to screaming when the first gas beams cut through. The defenders held the outer galleries long enough to collapse the complex with melter charges, burying defenders, refugees and attackers alike under a mountain of burning orecrete. At the void lifts of the pilgrim world Ossuar, masses of the fleeing were packed into cargo ascenders under the promise of orbital extraction. The lifts rose halfway through the shafts before Necron fire reached them and turned the cages into hanging abattoirs of burning flesh, falling bone, and twisted steel. The few lift cars that made it higher were then destroyed by Carcharodon gun batteries because panic-struck refugees had begun overpowering crewmen and threatening the readiness of the station's still-functioning dock rings. Both sides treated human multitudes as material. The Necrons did so because flesh was expendable by nature. The Carcharodons did so because panic was contagious and weakness wasted war. Once, on a broken causeway outside the Manufactoria canyons of Varax Primus, Tahu saw two refugee columns attempt to break across a kill zone at the same time. One came from a collapsed hab district, hundreds of soot-black laborers and shrinemen with carts, relic bundles, and improvised white surrender cloths held high. The other was a line of underhive survivors driven from the necropolis edges by things that hunted in the dark below. They met in the middle of the causeway, collided, and for a terrible moment simply became a mob of living fear. Then Necron beams began cutting lanes through them from the far side, stripping bodies to skeletons in flashing rows. The survivors turned and ran back toward the Imperial side. Carcharodon heavy bolters opened at once. Tahu heard the firing commander's Vox order through a nearby relay, clipped and flat. Stop the surge, no breach. The front ranks of the crowd burst apart in red sprays and broken limbs. Those behind them stumbled, slipped on blood and corpses, and died under the next sweep of gorse. The causeway filled with bodies and silence. Neither side moved to aid the few still writhing between the lines. The war had taught them all what rescue cost. deep beneath the dead moon, while worlds were made into kill zones and populations, into obstacles, the null crown rose. At first, the recovered schematics and Te Kahurangi's readings had not prepared Tahu for the physical reality of it. He had imagined a machine of great complexity, yes, but still something bounded by the scale of engines he understood. Cathedral vast, perhaps, city-spanning, perhaps, but recognizably machinery. The truth emerging through the broken moon and the buried necropolis was larger and more blasphemous. The crown was not installed within the system so much as rooted through it. Its lower structures climbed through tectonic plates and tomb architecture alike, forcing their crown-like forms upward through black vaults the size of continents. Whole mountains of worked dead stone split and moved to accommodate its ascent. Processional towers cracked apart as command spires unfolded from within them. Rings the width of nations turned on silent axes deep under the crust, shedding old rock, dead dust, and buried centuries as they aligned. Tahu saw part of it only once with his own eyes from the observation blister of a descending lander. Far below, where the planet's sundered skin opened into the necropolis and the moon's black surfaces were crisscrossed by lines of emerald fire, something colossal was pushing into coherence. Not a tower, not a fortress, a crown shape vast enough to wear a kingdom, each rising point a monumental blade of impossible material, each inner curve alive with crawling constellations of green-white command light. Around it, the buried city looked like scaffolding. The phalanxes marching beneath it seemed like offerings. Even the battle brothers who saw it said nothing. Silence was reverence or hatred among the Carcharodons, and Tahu could not tell which this was. Te Kahurangi named the next horror within a command vault choked with incense and overworked machine heat. He stood before the strategium dais with bloodshot eyes and a thin line of dried red at one nostril, staring into fresh returns from the moon. Around him, tech serfs chanted litanies over failing augur shrines. Tyberos waited in absolute stillness. The crown has reached a new stage, the pale nomad said. Its field is extending beyond local denial. He touched the display. Rings spread outward through the map, not merely of null effect, but of signal. Something has heard it. Tahu frowned despite himself. A fleet? Te Kahurangi's gaze passed over him with the absent severity of a man listening to greater things. Not a fleet, a hunger. The words settled in the chamber like cold ash. Tyberos' expression did not change. Source? Te Kahurangi exhaled slowly. Beyond the system, beyond even the local lanes, the signal does not speak as men speak. It is pressure, a wound in the dark, but it has gone outward, and there are things in the outer black that answer mass, death, and impossible energies. He did not need to say the name. Many on the deck thought it anyway. Tahu felt it in the sudden tightening of shoulders, in the way men looked instinctively toward the black beyond the viewports as if expecting teeth to show in the stars. The great devourer, splinter fleets, void predation vast enough to treat whole systems as meals. The Ghoul stars were already thick with old terrors. Now the crown had sung into them. Tyberos turned from the display toward the fleet picts beyond the armor glass. Outside, the void over Varax no longer behaved like empty space. Debris belts shifted along vectors not fully explained by gravity or wreck thrust. Auspex ghosts bloomed in long arcs at the edge of scan resolution, and then vanished. Farther out, beyond the main battlesphere, darkness itself seemed to draw together in slender moving bands. One picket monitor reported pressure anomalies and then went silent. Another transmitted a final image of drifting wrecks, changing course of their own accord before the signal died in static. Tahu watched the outer black and felt the first primitive twitch of prey instinct in his gut. The void was beginning to move, not metaphorically, not merely as fleets maneuvered. Something in the dead distances between worlds had answered. The battle space quivered with the approach of another appetite, another species of doom, drawn to the scent of blood and the king's impossible machine. Behind him, in the Strategium's cold green light, Tyberos looked at the map of widening graves and gave the next order in a voice that could have belonged to a judge pronouncing sentence over the corpse of an age. Seal the inner lanes, arm every gun, the hunt widens. The first sign was not sight, but appetite. Tekahurangi felt it before the augurs made any clean sense of the thing. He stood upon the Nikor's Strategium deck, with one hand pressed to a brass-ribbed relay shrine, his eyes half-lidded, his gaunt face drawn tighter than ever under the strain of the deadening fields growing around Varax. The machine, voices whispered target cants and route losses around him. Servo skulls drifted between Vox stations with their needle limbs folded like carrion birds at rest. Tahu stood below the command dais, amid the thralls and munitions clerks, close enough to see the pale nomad's jaw clench. "There," Tekahurangi murmured. Tyberos turned his head slightly. "Speak." The librarian drew a breath that looked painful. "The outer dark answers." The primary augur shrine flared at once, rune cascades racing across its glassy face. At first, Tahu saw only the usual battlefield madness: wreckage bands, phase ghosts, route collapse warnings, the green pulse of tomb activations on neighboring worlds. Then the outer sphere widened. The edge of system space resolved into a long curve of movement, ragged and wrong, not ships in ordered line, not human thrust signatures, a migration of hunger. The first bioships entered the Ghoul stars like ulcers breaking under old skin. They came down the dark in shapes too vast and obscene for any sane void doctrine. Great swollen hulls of chitin and wet flesh drifted between the stars on sheets of membrane and fin ridges, like the rotten wings of abyssal creatures dragged up from a trench sea. Smaller hunter forms swam around them in predatory shoals. Spores and drone craft poured from their flanks in black-brown clouds. Their surfaces crawled and breathed. Here and there, giant feeder tendrils flexed, as if the void itself were meat to be tested. The fleet crews of Varax had seen orc hulks and traitor monstrosities in their time. The sight of the approaching splinter force still broke men on the command net. One male void captain began reciting the Emperor's benediction for the dead before his gunnery officers had even finished target acquisition. On a shrine transport caught in the outer lanes, a priest's voice rose in panicked prayer until the signal drowned in static and wet screaming. Tahu watched the Pict enlarge and understood with the cold certainty of prey that the war had found a second apocalypse. The slaughter of Varax, the piled biomass, the billions still trapped in hive vaults and trench basilicas, the impossible pulse of the crown pushing its signal into the dark, all of it had done what Tekahurangi warned it would do. It had rung the dinner bell for the great devourer. Tyberos looked upon the incoming swarm and gave no sign of surprise. "Hive splinter," one of the line brethren said. "Not a great fleet," another answered. "A claw, large enough." Tyberos's eyes remained fixed on the widening display. "Enough." Beneath the dead moon, the Silent King had already reached the same conclusion. In his command sanctum, the holosphere had altered from ordered extermination geometry into converging theaters of contest. Biomass vectors entered the system from beyond the rimward dark. Predation forms spread toward the richest concentrations of human life, with all the obscene inevitability of a tide finding low ground. Lesser nobles shifted in cold attention around the dais. Attendant constructs recalculated timings. The Triarch stood at eternal readiness. Sharek regarded the incoming swarm without alarm. This too had been among the futures. Not certainty, but a branch long visible to a mind that had crossed the outer black and returned with memory of what moved there. The devourer followed biomass. It followed great death. It followed catastrophes of energy and concentration. Varax, with its billions and its awakening crown, had become a beacon to every form of hunger in reach. He had come to prevent precisely such futures from ruling the galaxy. The paired voices of the Triarch carried his will through the chamber. "Observe," they said, "this is one answer to softness, one fruit of permitting flesh to cluster, breed and multiply unchecked." A lesser lord inclined his crowned skull. "The intruding swarm may be turned upon thee, chapter and the human remnants alike." "It will," came the twin reply. The noble hesitated. Alliance with the flesh defenders would increase local efficiency. The chamber cooled further, though no air moved there. Zarek did not turn toward the speaker. He did not need to. "I did not cross exile and shame," the Triarch said for him, "to bargain with meat." There it was, not merely refusal born of pride, but the pitiless strategic truth beneath his cruelty. He would not stoop to alliance because in his calculus, the correct answer remained unchanged. Sterilize the region, break the lanes, deny both flesh empire and devouring swarm alike. Let the crown complete its work, and the system would become a blade of dead order, driven into the crawl of lesser life. Above and below, millions of humans would pay for that lesson. The first tyrannid spores fell upon Varax Primus within the hour. They came down through the ash clouds in glistening rain, dark seed pods the size of drop tanks and troop landers, trailing mucus, smoke, and atmospheric fire. They hit the rad deserts and corpse hive outskirts with wet detonations that burst open into scuttling things all teeth, claws, and birth hunger. Larger organisms followed in the wake of the first landing wave, warrior broods with scything talons and bladed skulls, hormagaunts and termagants flooding trench lines in avalanches of chitin, carnifexes slamming through collapsed hab districts like siege beasts stitched from muscle and malice. High above, shadowy forms detached from the bioships and entered the lower atmosphere on membranous wings, shrieking. Varax became a banquet ground. The Silent King used it so. Pre-selected population centers lit on the command displays beneath the moon. Hive belts not yet fully overrun. Trench sanctuaries packed shoulder to shoulder with refugees. Bunker complexes sealed around food depots. Massed human life, stacked and compressed by panic and by Tyberos' own denial tactics. The Necron gunnery arrays around those centers fell silent and withdrew by exact degrees, leaving the routes open just long enough for the incoming swarm to flood inward. Tahu saw it happen through picked streams relayed from a trench basilica on the eastern ash plain. The refugees there had been penned for 2 days under the promise that transport might still come. When the first Tyranids hit the perimeter, the defenders screamed for artillery support. None came. The outer barricades failed in minutes. Gaunts spilled through in screeching tides, climbing over sandbags and firing steps, tearing men open, dragging children and priests alike down into the blood-churned mud. Then, only once the swarms had fully committed, and their larger beasts forced the press tighter into the killing bowl, green fire fell from the horizon. Necron artillery stripped the packed basin apart. Gauss bombardment raked the trenches in parallel bands. Flesh vanished from all sides at once. Tyranids and humans died together, skinned, boiled, rendered to bone dust and glowing ruin. Carnifexes became open rib cages and steaming spinal masses, while the refugees pinned beneath them flashed to white skeletons and collapsed in the same breath. By the end of the barrage, the trench basilica was a crater of black glass, fused vertebrae and twitching Xenos fragments, still trying to crawl without enough body left to remember how. The same thing happened in bunker cities, hab warrens, and void-lift fields across the system. The Silent King was using human billions as calibration weights. Tyberos saw it and hated him with a purity that required no speech. The command feeds on the Nicor showed one mass kill zone after another, Tyrannid spearheads drawn into dense population pockets, fixed there by their own feeding urge, then flensed by Necron macro fire. It worked. That was the worst of it. The king's cruelty was not wasteful. It was precise. Every city consumed became a trap, sprung at the perfect instant. Every refugee concentration turned into a meat hook, drawing the swarm deeper into prepared lines of fire. Tahu stood in the strategium while these truths unfolded, and thought suddenly, with almost childish bitterness, that the king was right in one narrow and terrible way. This was what clustered flesh invited, not just pity, not just hope, predation. Tyberos slammed one gauntlet against the hololith, and the image shook. "No more fixed sanctuaries," he said. Orders rippled outward. Open the trenches, break the mass shelters, scatter surviving populations where they might at least deny the swarm a single feast. It was not mercy, it was counter-predation. The battlefield that followed was glorious in the hideous way only the 41st millennium could be. Bioships hit the upper atmosphere under sheets of imperial flak, so dense the skies became latticed with fire. Some burst open mid-descent, raining living slurry, feeder organisms and chunks of burning carapace over the rad deserts. Others crashed into hive flanks and kept fighting, their dying bodies splitting into birthing sacs and feeder tunnels even as their own insides burned. Necron Gauss beams lanced upward from the moon and the surface batteries alike, cutting giant bioforms apart in showers of smoking ichor and severed limbs. Carnifexes charged through trench mazes lit red by promethium fires, only to be halved by emerald sweeps that exposed steaming organs before the monsters had finished dying. Carcharodon assault squads met Tyrannid warrior broods in sump tunnels and cathedral undercrypts, chains wards disemboweling chitinous torsos in sprays of purple-black gore, while bone blades sheared human auxiliaries apart in wet handfuls. Tahu fought in one of the trench mazes outside the corpse hive perimeter when the swarm hit in earnest. The trenches had once been orderly defense works. Now they were a butcher's intestine, collapsed in places, widened in others, walls sheeted with old blood and shrine ash. Red lumen strips blinked through smoke. The dead filled the duckboards. A male armsman beside Tahu lost his leg to a leaping gaunt and kept stabbing at the thing with his trench knife until another Tyrannid ripped his throat out and the blood hit Tahu's face in a hot wave. The Carcharodons came down the line in silence, killing everything not in their colors. One battle brother took a warrior through the abdomen with a revving chain blade and soared upward, spraying the trench wall with entrails, egg sac fluid, and black-purple gobbets that steamed where they landed. Another stamped a gaunt skull flat and fired point-blank into a second creature's chest until the torso burst apart over him in slabs of meat and shell. Tyberos himself entered that sector not because it was glorious, but because the swarm's thrust there aligned too neatly with the king's artillery windows. If he let the Tyrannids mass according to Sharek's design, the next kill zone would bloom exactly where the king wished, so he broke the rhythm. "Push left," he growled over the vox. "Bleed them wide." He led the counterattack through a breach, where Tyrannid warriors had already gutted one full militia cohort, and were climbing the dead in snarling knots. Hunger and slake tore through them in geysers of blackened ichor and shredded muscle. He did not seek heroics. He sought disruption. Anywhere the swarm began to pile into neat lanes, he hit it. Anywhere the king's prepared fires might reap both man and beast together, Tyberos drove the battle sideways through sheer ferocity, forcing the Tyrannids to chase moving prey instead of static bait. The cost was obscene. The cost was necessary. The line held for another hour, because Tyberos would not allow the king to dictate the rhythm of death without challenge. In orbit, the silent king answered with scale. A bioship, the size of a minor moon pushed into low Varax orbit trailing clouds of spores and escort organisms, Its bulk eclipsed whole sectors of the battlefield below when it crossed the sun, a living continent of shell, feeder moors, and pulsing organ towers. Imperial batteries hit it and vanished into its flesh. Necron interceptors swarmed around it like sparks around a dying forge. Then, the dais of Dominion aligned with it from beneath the dead moon's shattered skin. The shot that followed made lesser wars irrelevant for one impossible minute. A lance of impossible brilliance reached from the moon's command architecture into orbit and pierced the bioship moon clean through. Not one beam, a column, a verdict of light vast enough to turn the upper atmosphere white. The creature convulsed around it. Its shell burst outward in rings. Whole mountain masses of flesh, larvae chambers, and spine towers blew free in incandescent ruin. For a heartbeat, the bioship remained suspended around the wound, like a corpse refusing to realize it was dead. Then it came apart. Chunks the size of Hab districts rained burning through the atmosphere. Smaller organisms boiled out and cooked alive in the descent. The night side of Varax lit up as if the sun had burst over one horizon. Even Tyberos paused in the trench maze to look skyward as flaming Xenos continents fell. There was no answering that with tonnage, only with ferocity, only with presence in the places where such grandeur broke into flesh. When the light faded, Tahu saw the truth in every face around him, human and Astartes alike. The Silent King's command of war still operated on a scale Tyberos could only wound, not equal. That did not make the Red Wake lesser. It made him the only sort of answer the Imperium had left. Not parity, but refusal. The Tyranids bloodied, the trenches held. The bioships above Varax thinned and burned. The Silent King did not halt the crown. That was the final revelation of the day. Even after the Splinter Force had been mauled, even after the Swarm's first feast had been denied or turned to calibrated slaughter, the great machine beneath moon and world continued to rise. Green lines brightened through the dead moon's glassy crust. Null pressure deepened. Astropathic choirs died mid-cant. The system's surviving psychers began to seize or lapse into vacant silence. On the Strategium displays, the Crown's activation sigils crawled steadily onward, as though Tyranid invasion and Imperial resistance alike were weather passing over a more important season. Tyberos returned to the Nicor black with gore, his armor stinking of promethium, Tyranid ichor and blood cooked into ceramite seams. Tahu stood aside as the chapter master strode to the holo display, without waiting for Medicae or repair thralls. Tekahurangi was already there, one hand braced on the projection dais, his face hollowed by strain. The map showed the same terrible truth, whichever angle one took upon it. Battle everywhere, crowns still rising, kill zones multiplying, the King's design unbroken in its essence. Tyberos stared at the machine geometry beneath the moon and said at last what all the blood of the day had purchased. This ends at the core. Tekahurangi lifted his eyes. Yes, no more diversions. There never were any, the librarian said softly. That was the cruelty of it. Every world saved, every trench held, every bioship burned from the sky. All of it mattered only insofar as it preserved a path to the machine core or delayed its completion. The rest was noise laid over the true wound. Tyberos understood then that the war, for all its scale, would end in one place. Not in the hives, not in orbit, not on the roads of the dying. At the heart of the crown, there, one of them would reach it first, and only one would leave that chamber with a future. For the first time since entering Varax, the killing paused long enough for the wounded to be counted, not stopped. Never that. The fleet still traded fire in. The void above the dead moon. Tyranid spores still burned through the upper atmosphere in ragged trails. Down in the trench belts and tomb approaches, picket fights and execution volleys and burst ambushes continued without rest. But within the armored gut of the Nicor, and in the adjoining holds of the chapter's nearest strike cruisers, a harder silence had taken root. It was the silence of butchery done after the hunt, when the knives came out, when the kill was measured for what might still be fed back into the body of the pack. Tahu moved through that silence with blood to his elbows. He had ceased being only a command thrall sometime during the moon assaults, though no one had marked the moment aloud. Necessity had promoted him more surely than title ever could. He carried data between Strategium and Medica vaults. He stood witness in chambers where mortal men once had no business standing. He ran ammunition slates to armorers, casualty tallies to apothecaries, targeting, reliquaries to Tekahurangi's adepts. And sometimes, when no one else remained close enough or unwounded enough, he laid his own hands upon war gear and flesh, meant for giants. The apothecarian decks were a realm unto themselves. They had once been assembly bays and boarding preparation vaults deep in the Nicor's mid-hull, but weeks of war had stripped all old purpose from them. Now they were charnel workshops of a kind Tahu could not have imagined when he first entered chapter service as a boy. Rows of iron tables stood beneath hard white lumens, each one occupied by what remained of a battle brother. Some still lived. Some had died on the descent and been brought back by brothers who would not leave gene seed to rot in the dark. The smell in those holds was enough to make untested men sick in seconds. Blood and cauterized flesh, promethium wash, chem preservatives, spilled nutrient gel, the copper stink of opened organs laid out for counting, machine oil, burnt ceramite, the reek of old violence baked into armor that had not yet cooled. Apothecaries worked through it all without hesitation. They moved in bone-colored plate among heaps of amputated limbs, cracked chest plates, and opened gene housings, their red eye lenses glinting through incense and surgical steam. Narthesia punched into flesh. Bone saws whined. Extractor drills whirred and bit. One by one, the progenoid glands were taken from the dead with the same severe care priests gave relics. Tahu watched an apothecary split a fallen brother's chest with methodical precision, while another serf held the rib sections apart on hooked poles. Beneath the opened armor and the caved-in sternum, the gene seed sat swollen and blood-slick, still warm from a body that would never again rise. Nothing was tender, nothing was wasted. On one slab, a battle brother whose lower body ended in cauterized ruin below the pelvis refused sedation, while an apothecary removed a shard of black xenos metal from his abdomen. The warrior's helm rested beside him. His face was white with blood loss, jaw clenched, eyes fixed on the lumens above. "How long?" he asked. The apothecary did not look up. "You are not returning to the line." The wounded space marine's hand closed so hard around the table edge that the metal bent. "How long?" he repeated. "Until I can walk." The apothecary withdrew the shard in a splash of dark blood and set it aside in a specimen tray. "You can stand when the replacement frame is locked." "Then stand me." Tahu saw no anger in the exchange, no dramatics, only the iron logic of warriors for whom pain was weather and mutilation a logistical inconvenience. That was brotherhood among the Carcharodons. Not comforting words, not clasped forearms and spoken vows, a shared refusal to lie down while breath remained. Elsewhere in the hold, broken armor lay in drifts against the bulkheads, whole pauldron sections split by war scythes, helms punched through by Gauss beams, still lined inside with blackened blood and curls of burnt hair. One suit of Terminator plate had been opened down the center and laid out in components beside what remained of its wearer, as if armor and flesh alike were being judged for what could yet be salvaged. Chapter serfs moved among these ruins, carrying replacement seals, fresh ammo clamps, relic studs, and strips of graft-grown muscle wrap for warriors who would go back to battle half-repaired, because there was no time left for proper healing. Tahu helped where he was told. He held a basin, while an apothecary washed bone splinters and shrapnel from a giant's opened shoulder. He recorded the names of the dead in cramped cipher script, while another thrall incised the same names into the remembrance strips to be sealed with recovered progenoids. He carried bloodied weapons to the armorers and brought them back cleaned, sharpened, re-blessed, and read still in memory, if not in matter. No man thanked him. He needed none to know the work mattered. At the far end of the hold lay the Red Brethren who had returned from the dais. There were fewer of them than before. That absence had weight. Even Tahu, who knew little of chapter histories beyond what duty forced upon him, felt it every time he crossed that end of the deck. Spaces where titanic forms should have stood now held only stacked war gear, empty slabs and gene caskets awaiting transfer to deeper reliquaries. Those survivors who remained bore wounds that would have killed any mortal before the first scream had finished leaving his throat. One had his entire left arm stripped from shoulder to clavicle, the stump plated and sealed in temporary steel. Another had a chest crisscrossed by fresh adamantine braces, holding broken ribs and secondary hearts in place beneath new skin graft. A third sat upright, while two armor thralls reattached sections of his helm housing, the Battle Brother's expression never altering even as sparks hissed inches from his ruined cheek. They spoke little, but what speech passed between them carried an old and brutal familiarity. "You still breathe," one said to a brother, whose right side had been almost entirely rebuilt. The wounded warrior answered without looking up. Regrettably, a pause. "You lost your bolter." "I lost the hand holding it." The first warrior inclined his head by a fraction, then recovered both. No smile followed, no laugh. Yet Tahu understood the exchange for what it was. Not levity, recognition. A knife-thin thread of loyalty stretched through fatalism so old it no longer needed softening. Later, while he carried a slate of recovered gene seed tallies toward the strategium, he passed a side chamber whose hatch had been left half open. Voices within made him stop despite himself. Tyberos and Te Kahurangi stood alone beside an inactive hololith. The chamber was dark, save for a single lumen globe and the green wash of battle signals passing beyond an armored view slit. Without full court and command around them, they seemed no smaller, but more private in their enormity, like old statues moved into a narrow room and forced at last to confront each other at close quarters. The pale nomad's face looked carved from winter bone. New lines had bitten deep around his mouth and eyes in the days since the dire strike. There was dried blood at one ear, where the last psychic burn had broken vessels beneath the skin. Tyberos stood facing the view slit, one gauntlet resting against the metal frame. His armor had been patched and resealed, but not fully restored. Scorch channels still blackened one shoulder. Fresh ceramite plates sat over deeper rents along the chest. He looked, for the first time Tahu had ever seen, not diminished, but costed. Te Kahurangi spoke first. "We cannot keep bleeding this way." Tyberos did not turn. "We keep bleeding until the prey dies." This prey is a king, with a machine empire and a crown capable of strangling systems. The void fills with devourers. The moon wakes against us. Our brothers fall faster than we can preserve what they carry. Te Kahurangi's voice remained calm, but there was strain in it now. The strain of a man pushing truth against a wall he knows will not yield. Survival may now matter more than vengeance. Silence followed. Outside the slit, something large burned through the upper atmosphere and went out. Tyberos spoke without heat. "You mistake me." Te Kahurangi's gaze sharpened. "Do I? This is not vengeance." Then the chapter master turned. Tahu had seen Tyberos in battle, in command, in judgment. He had never seen him like this. Not softened, never that, but stripped of every layer except the simplest iron at his core. Whatever passed for vulnerability in such a being was only the refusal to cloak necessity in something nobler. "If the king wakes the crown," Tyberos said, "we do not retreat to fight again elsewhere. There is no elsewhere. There is only a longer dying." The pale nomad held his gaze. "The chapter cannot bleed forever." "No." "Then what remains if this cuts us hollow?" Tyberos's answer came as if spoken to a law older than either of them. "What remains, Hunts?" That was the closest he came to grief. Not confession, not even sorrow named aloud. But Tahu heard the absence behind the words, the unspoken tally of brothers already gone, of gene lines dimming, of a future pared thinner and thinner by each necessary choice. Tyberos did not deny the cost. He accepted it and moved past it, because he knew no other way to live. Tekahurangi lowered his eyes a fraction. "Once marked, then?" "Once marked," Tyberos said, "never released." Tahu slipped away before either could notice him, heart beating hard against his ribs as though he had overheard some forbidden sacrament. That same watch, a ritual was observed over the dead. It took place in a cargo chapel that had been stripped of all ornament not essential to use. No stained glass, no incense censers beyond the practical, no choir, just iron deck, chained lumen cages, and the lined bodies of the fallen laid out in full armor, or in what remained of it, their helms set upon their chests where possible, and their empty gene housings sealed in red wax after extraction. The surviving battle brothers stood in a ring around them. Apothecaries remained at the edge, serfs like Tahu kept to the shadows unless summoned. He had expected prayer, perhaps, or some warrior litany to the emperor. What he witnessed was colder. One by one, each fallen brother's name was spoken. No eulogy followed, no recounting of deeds. Only name, company, lineage marker, and what had been recovered of his war gear and gene seed. An apothecary touched the breastplate of each corpse with the narthecium's blood-clean tip. Another battle brother stepped forward to take some practical token for reclamation. A chain from the gorget, a kill mark plate, a bolt casing ritually lodged in the armor seam, a tooth shard set into the gauntlet. Nothing sentimental, inventory bound to memory. Then a litany began, not in high Gothic, but in the harsher old tongue the chapter kept like a blade under its robes. Tahu did not understand the words. He understood their shape. Not mourning, possession, return. A claim that the dead were not lost, because what could be used from them had not been surrendered to the void. When the litany ended, Tyberos stepped into the ring. The chamber seemed to contract around him. He looked down upon the dead without visible tenderness. Yet he remained there longer than anyone else. Finally, he crouched before the body of one red brother, whose armor had been split almost from throat to groin at the dais. Tyberos placed one clawed gauntlet flat upon the cracked breastplate. "Fed dearly," he said. That was all. A whole life of war, reduced to the highest praise the Carcharodons could give. Not beloved, not noble, fed dearly, blood spent with meaning. The other battle brothers answered in the old tongue, a single line like stones striking together. Then the dead were carried away. After the ritual, Tahu found himself summoned to the strategium and given a slate of tasks no thrall at his station should once have held. Relay witness at the final command assembly. Carry assault route copies to company sergeants. Record the gene seed reserve tally before launch. Mark which mortal cohorts were to accompany which breach cadres, and which were merely to be sent first into the mouth. He bowed, took the data, and felt with sudden clarity that the chapter had stopped seeing him as a fragile thing to keep at the margins. He was now simply one more necessary hand at the edge of transhuman war. That night, if night meant anything beneath dead suns and dimmed battle lumens, the surviving battle brothers assembled. The war strategium's central hololith showed the moon's buried crown architecture in pulsing green, the machine core deep beneath concentric tombworks and failed assault routes. Around it glowed the surviving fronts, trench lines, void batteries, false sanctuaries, tyrannid pressure zones, and the narrowing corridors by which a final thrust might reach the heart. Every warrior present bore his own record of the campaign upon him. Cracked plate, fresh scars, patched seals, blackened gauntlets, missing pieces replaced by field expedients, and old stock drawn from reliquaries, no chapter willingly opened, except in direst need. They stood in ordered lines without restlessness, each one a killer pared down to function. Tyberos took his place at the front of them. No one expected rhetoric. The chapter master despised wasted breath. Even so, the air in the chamber carried a density Tahu had never felt before. This was not one more order among many. This was sentence. "The crown nears." "Waking," Tyberos said. His voice was deep and ruined with use, but it carried cleanly. "The king remains. The core remains. So does the path." The hollow shifted, showing the final assault route through outer tomb rings, under the dynastic galleries, through the wounded sectors opened by previous strikes, and the shifting kill corridors the silent king would already be preparing to close. "We go there," Tyberos said. He did not speak of glory. He did not promise survival. He did not lie. This assault may gut the chapter for a generation. The words struck the chamber and stayed there. Tahu felt them in his own bones, not because he understood fully what a generation meant to Astartes, but because of what it implied. Recruiting lines emptied, old brotherhoods broken, gene seed reserves spent, the future narrowed to a blade's edge by the next few hours. No battle brother moved. Tyberos looked from faceplate to faceplate, from scarred helm to helm, from survivor to survivor. "We are already spent," he said. "Now we choose the price." That was the nearest thing to a challenge. One of the veterans from the dais, his rebuilt side still bound in fresh ceramite struts, struck one fist against his chest. "Prey marked," another answered at once. "Prey taken." Then the whole chamber joined in the old tongue, not shouted, but spoken with the grim finality of men naming a law older than death. No protest, no request for reconsideration, no plea to preserve the chapter's strength for some better war ahead. They had all heard the sentence and accepted it in the instant it was given because they were Carcharodons, void-born killers of the outer dark, and because once prey of such magnitude had been marked, retreat would not preserve them. It would only make their extinction slower and more contemptible. Tyberos gave a single nod. "Rearm," he said. The assembly broke. Warriors turned at once toward the arming decks, the teleport vaults, the drop bays, and the gene seed shrines. Serfs ran to meet them with fresh ammo, sealant, weapon blessings, and new casualty tags not yet stained. Apothecaries moved toward the launch vectors with extractor kits already in hand because they knew well what the next assault would harvest. Tech thralls began waking engines and sanctifying the final torpedo tubes. Overhead, the ship's vox chimes changed tone, lower now, more deliberate, the sound of a blade being set in both hands. Tahu remained a moment longer near the rear of the chamber, slate clutched to his chest, watching the giants go to their appointed deaths without haste and without complaint. He had seen courage among ordinary men on Varax. He had seen panic too, and prayers and madness, and the blind, selfish rush to survive one more minute. This was something else, not braver, colder, a species of acceptance so severe it no longer needed hope. Brothers of the outer dark, he thought. Then he followed them into the machinery of the final assault. The offer came without threat, and that was what made it monstrous. It cut through every surviving channel in the system at once. Vox shrines crackled, relay towers spat sparks, the command decks of crippled escorts, hive bastions, shrine stations, and trench citadels alike filled with the same voice pair, one tone deep as a tomb gate grinding wide, the other cold and flawless as crystal struck by iron. Together they made speech sound like judgment, unearthed from before mankind had learned to fear the dark properly. Tahu heard it first aboard the Nikor, while final assault preparations shook the battle barge from keel to dorsal spine. Boarding torpedoes were being loaded. Teleport shrines whined under sanctified strain. Battle brothers moved through the launch decks in armed silence, while serfs scurried around their legs with fresh ammunition, repair clamps, reliquaries, sealant kits, and the blood-marked data slates of the dead. Somewhere below, the apothecarian deck still worked over the fallen, Narthesia humming in the charnel light. Then, every sound on the command deck seemed to bend around the Xeno's voice. Tyberos of the Carcharodons. No title of mockery, no insult, just identification. The command deck stilled. Tyberos stood before the hololithic display in full warplate, the blackened scars of recent battle still visible along his chest and shoulders, despite hurried repair. His claws were mag-locked for the moment at his sides. He gave no visible sign that he was listening, but the air around him hardened. The Triarch continued. "You have been measured. Your chapter has bled with uncommon purpose. Withdraw your fleet beyond the system's edge, and your kind will be permitted to live." The second voice flowed over the first like ice over old stone. "The human populations remaining within Varax and its attendant worlds will be erased. This is concession. Accept it." No one on the command. Deck moved. Tahu felt the words settle into him like poison. There was no boasting in them, no attempt to bait. That was the horror. The offer was sincere. Entire human populations, the hives, the trench masses, the surviving shrine enclaves and void hab populations, all of them were being set on one side of a cold equation. The chapter's lives on the other. No heat, no sadism, merely arithmetic. The Triarch's joined voices made mercy sound more dreadful than extermination. One of the veteran line brethren on the deck turned his helm slightly toward Tyberos, as if awaiting permission to be outraged. Tyberos gave none. His reply went out over the same channels, in a voice so low that Tahu thought for one heartbeat the machine's spirits might fail to carry it. They did not. "I did not come here to live." Silence followed. It was not dramatic silence, not the pause before threats and counter-threats. A deeper stillness, the kind that falls when something final has just been spoken and the universe has not yet caught up to it. Then the silent king answered, not in words. Across the dead moon, through the buried necropolis below Varax, within the black roots of the rising crown, systems older than the Imperium crossed from preparation into use. Not full waking, not the completed murder of a region, only a partial activation, a deliberate opening of the machine's throat wide enough to let the living hear what complete silence would mean. The first casualties were the astropaths. Deep under the Nikor's command decks, the choir vault erupted in screaming. Tahu heard it through the iron bones of the ship before the actual reports reached the bridge. Men whose eyes had long ago been burned empty by soul fire died in that instant, like candles blown inward. Some screamed until their throats tore. Some simply went still mid-breath, every muscle locked, blood leaking from nose, ears, and tear ducts. One relay adept stumbled up from a lower stairwell with both hands clamped over his head and babbled that the choir master had split open from scalp to spine without any blade touching him. On the strategium deck, the machine banks went half-blind. Target sigils smeared and vanished. Vox feeds drowned in a low grinding static, like stone dragged over teeth. The hololithic display convulsed, every world and fleet marker flickering in and out, as if reality itself had lost the habit of holding shapes together. The ship's machine spirit complained through warning chimes that were almost a cry. Then the human minds on deck began to fail. A male Vox clerk convulsed where he stood, eyes rolling white, before he went limp and hit the deck hard enough to crack teeth. Two servitors seized at once, one pulling free of its restraints with a shriek of tortured pistons before collapsing in a spill of oil and cooked flesh. A bondsman beside Tahu began to sob without sound, mouth opening and closing while blood ran from both nostrils in steady threads. Tahu himself felt the strike a heartbeat later. It was not pain at first, it was subtraction. A pressure hit the inside of his skull, and for one impossible instant he forgot his own name. Not merely memory, but the space in which memory sat. The deck beneath his boots became strange. His hands looked like dead things attached to someone else's wrists. Sound narrowed to a faraway pulse. He sank to one knee because he could no longer quite remember why standing mattered. Around him, other men were doing the same, slumping, vomiting, clawing at their faces, or simply staring ahead with all thought scraped flat. The null pressure deepened. Across the system, the same catastrophe bloomed. Ships in transit lanes lost cohesion as their guidance systems and crews alike suffered simultaneous failure. A pilgrim hauler trying to break for the outer dark drifted out of lane discipline and struck a defense monitor broadside, both vessels coming apart in a glittering cloud of opened decks and vented bodies. Two escorts of the Imperial Remnant Fleet lost all helm response and spun into a drifting wreck belt where phase mines still slept, waking them in a chain of silent detonations. Machine spirits went obstinate or catatonic. Gunnery shrines froze mid-cycle. Entire command networks collapsed into blindness. On the ground, it was worse. Tahu knew, because Tyberos drove the assault forward anyway and sent him with the next wave. The lander hit the moon's outer processional roads under a sky the color of old bruises. The moment the ramp dropped, the null pressure struck Tahu again with such force that he fell to one hand in the freezing sludge of blood and black dust. The battlefield beyond had changed. What had been noise and slaughter and terror now felt muffled, strangled, as though even fear had been throttled in its cradle. Millions were dying in that silence. He saw them on the picked relays mounted near the assault point and in the brief lines of Vox. Traffic still making sense through the collapse. Hive workers on Varax Primus falling where they stood in furnace yards and shrine queues. Militia columns in the trench belts going down in their ranks. Laser guns slipping from numb hands while eyes went vacant. A whole line of bondsmen on the moon road ahead of him simply stopped running and folded to the black stone as if some giant hand had plucked the strings out of them. Some died screaming after a delay, clutching their heads until fingers broke against skull. Others just went quiet forever. Tahu saw one Carcharodon armsman standing against a breached wall with his boarding shield raised. The man blinked once, lowered the shield with slow confusion, and then put his own sidearm into his mouth and fired as if instinct had outrun thought. That was what the King's mercy looked like when it touched the ground. Fresh dead lay everywhere now, not all slain by weapon. Men and boys with no visible wounds beyond blood seeping from the eyes. Tech adepts slumped across their own consoles. A priest kneeling before a portable shrine, lips still parted in prayer, stone dead, while the candles around him guttered in the deadening air. In one trench maze, Tahu passed a cluster of tyrannid gaunts that had also faltered, their lesser synaptic guidance buckling for a moment under the pressure before their larger kin drove them on again. Tyberos used the confusion as a blade, where lesser commanders would have recoiled, waiting for systems to recover and lines to reform. The Red Wake understood what the king had also done. The partial activation had hurt everyone. It had not been selective. Imperial command was blinded, yes, but so too were pathways, corridors, and machine harmonies the Necrons had relied upon in perfect sequence. The battlefield had not become orderly death. It had become wounded opportunity. "Advance," Tyberos said over the assault vox. The word dragged men forward like a hook through the jaw. "Battle, brothers. surged through deadened roads and collapsed galleries where the surviving humans still crawled and whimpered in the dust. They did not pause to comfort. They did not even pause to pity. They stepped over the fresh dead and through the half-living, driving into the open sectors of the tomb ring where null pressure had disrupted gate locks and command synchronies alike. Every few meters, Tahu passed another body still warm from the crown's touch. Some lay curled as if asleep. Others had clawed their own faces open. In one black corridor, a whole munitions cohort had died, packed shoulder to shoulder against a sealed hatch, leaving a standing wall of corpses Tyberos warriors simply cut their way through. Takahurangi came with the spearhead, and Tahu saw what the effort cost him. The pale nomad walked bareheaded beneath his psychic hood, cables trembling with strain, his face so white it seemed carved from the same dead moonstone as the tomb walls. Blood ran constantly from nose and ear now. His eyes were unfocused, fixed on distances no ordinary man could follow. Around the assault wedge there shimmered the thin suggestion of a shield, not a true warp bulwark, for the place denied such things, but some harsher compromise forced into being by will, ancestry, and suffering. It dulled the worst of the null pressure, not enough to spare, enough to keep the Battle Brothers' minds from being scraped empty before they reached the core. Every step cost him. Once Tahu saw Tekahurangi stumble and catch himself against a wall engraved with dead constellations. His gauntlet left a bloody print there. Tyberos glanced at him only once. "You fail?" the chapter master asked. Takahurangi bared blood-stained teeth in something too severe to be called a smile. "Not before you." That was brotherhood among them, not kindness. Permission to die last. The path opening under the crown's partial activation led through landscapes made from the fresh dead. Tahu would remember that until his own death and beyond, if the Emperor allowed memory in the afterlife. Processional roads, where refugees, penal levies, and Necron auxiliaries lay together in windrows, as if some giant hand had swept them flat. Vault plazas where the null pulse had killed every soul in the open, but left the bodies standing a moment longer, so that when the assault arrived, there were ranks of corpses toppling all at once into heaps. Catacomb stairs so slick with blood, marrow and cerebral matter that serfs went down on them and were trampled by the men behind. A trench shrine where tyrannids and humans alike had died, pressed so tightly together that the first wave of Carcharodons crossed the knot by running over backs, carapaces, and crushed skulls. The dead made ramps, barricades, drifts, and causeways. And still, the assault went deeper. Necron resistance recovered in shards, gate phalanxes reformed in splintered corridors, canoptech constructs burst from vent seams and wall folds only to be blown apart by point-blank bolter fire. A wounded Tyrannid warrior dragged itself from beneath a mound of fresh corpses and took a Battle Brother's lower leg off before Tyberos split it from skull to groin in one hiss of lightning claws. Everywhere the pressure of the crown still gnawed at thought, trying to reduce every living thing to a quieter and more obedient form of death. But the path was open now. Not clean, never that. Open in the way a body opens under repeated knife work, revealing deeper organs through wet damage. The assault force reached the inner galleries of the crown route before the next full phase of defense could close around them. Ahead, through rows of black pillars and over plazas of recent dead, Tahu saw a light unlike the Gauss fire or tomb lumens of the outer rings. A deeper green-white glow, vast and rhythmic, pulsing from somewhere below like the heart of an execution machine the size of a kingdom. Tyberos stopped, for the first time since the descent, and looked into that light. Around him, his surviving brothers stood amid the fresh dead, armor wet and smoking, weapons clotted with new ruin. Takahurangi swayed on his feet, still holding the failing shield together by force of will and damaged mind. "The core," the pale nomad said, his voice almost gone. Tyberos's claws crackled brighter. "Then we end it. And over the dead, through the dead, beneath the dead moon's waking crown," they went on. They entered the tomb core through a wound cut in black crystal and fresh dead. The inner approach beneath Varax no longer resembled any battlefield Tahu had known, not the trench mazes, not the tomb rings, not even the funereal avenues of the dead moon. This place lay deeper than war, and older than memory. It was a subterranean empire, raised for beings who had once believed time itself was a servant to be chained. Black crystal rose in jagged colonnades from floors polished to mirror. Darkness beneath the blood and ruin now slopped across them. Metallic cathedra climbed in tier after tier above processional stairs wide enough for armored cohorts to march abreast by the thousands. Null pylons stood in ordered forests, each one a bar of dead brilliance inscribed with glyphs that hurt the eye and pressed against the mind like iron fingers. Endless sepulchral halls ran away into distances the lumens could not master, each vanishing line promising more chambers, more dynastic courts, more old and hateful order waiting just beyond the next turn. The air had no right to exist there. It was too cold, too thin, too ancient. Breathing it felt like drawing dust from a royal crypt into the lungs. The assault wedge came on regardless. Red Brethren Terminators led the push through the first Guardian lines with the remorseless force of demolition engines. Their armor was a catalogue of old hurt and fresh field repair, plates locked over splits, sealant hissing from rents that should have killed them hours ago. They moved in close-pressed formation, storm bolters hammering, chain fists and power claws tearing open the first ranks of Praetorians and Lich Guard that met them in the crystal avenues. The impact was not battle in any noble sense. It was industrial dismemberment. War scythes hissed in emerald arcs and split ceramite into smoking slabs. Rod blades punched through breastplates and blew out backs in bursts of shattered bone, blood mist, and severed cabling. Bolter rounds burst Necron torsos apart, spraying black metallic fragments and flaring green energy over the crystal pillars. A red brother lost the whole side of his helm and half the skull beneath, yet fought on for 3 full strides before Tyberos himself shoved past his collapsing body and hit the next Guardian line like a descending execution block. Tahu saw the floor vanish beneath the slaughter, not physically at first. Rather, it ceased to be floor in the mortal sense and became slurry, oil, blood, brain matter, broken teeth, metal shards, powdered bone. The black crystal reflected all of it in slick ruin beneath a film of gore and coolant. And every step the assault made ground, that mixture thinner and wider, until the hall became a butcher's canal. One of the bondsmen assigned to the rear munitions train slipped in it and went under the boots of the men behind him. When Tahu looked back a heartbeat later, there was nothing left of the man's face but a red shape and one eye staring up through stamped fragments of jaw. No one slowed. The kill zone narrowed around the assault. Tahu carried the access casket Takahurangi had ordered placed in his hands before the descent. A block of Xenos translated command sigils and stolen route codes burned onto layered metal wafers by the chapter's law thralls. He did not understand most of it. He understood the instruction. When the Battle Brothers reached sealed dynastic interfaces or command locks that brute force would take too long to breach, he was to be there with the stolen keys and the memory slates that matched them. A mortal hand in a war not built for mortal hands. That was how he earned his place. The first seal gate came down 3 halls inward, a black slab the size of a hab tower section, irised out of the floor, while surviving Praetorians fought to delay the wedge before it. Tyberos and the Red Brethren were already knee-deep in machine dead and their own fallen, but even they could not lose that much time to cutting a path through such mass. Takahurangi turned toward Tahu, eyes bloodshot and fever-bright beneath the hood. Now! Tahu ran. Gauss fire cracked over his shoulder. Something hot and precise took the top from the skull of the thrall, sprinting beside him, and painted Tahu's right cheek with blood and grey-white pulp. He did not stop. He slid across black crystal slick with oil and brains, hit the command plinth hard enough to crack 2 fingers inside his glove, jammed the first data wafer into the opening slit, and read the sequence aloud from memory because his hands were shaking too hard to trust the slate. The plinth answered in green. A Praetorian lunged for him. A red brother caught it at the waist and tore it in half over Tahu's head, showering him in black fragments and sparking cables. The gate shuddered and began to rise. "Move," the battle brother said. Tahu moved. Twice more he did the same. Once at a pylon nexus, where 3 paths met, and Necron kill fields were beginning to reform faster than Tyberos could destroy the guardians feeding them. Once at a vaulted cathedra, whose floor was written with stars and dynastic decrees older than human speech, where an inner lock required a chain of glyph responses, Tekahurangi could not spare the attention to speak while dueling what waited there. The Pale Nomad's battle was stranger than the rest. Cryptex and null constructs met him in the inner galleries like the mind of the tomb rising to strangle intrusion. Tahu saw one chamber through the haze of the main advance, and never forgot it. Black pylons stood in a circle around a pool of dead light that seemed to swallow color. In that dead radiance floated 3 cryptex and a ring of attendant constructs woven from knives, lenses, and impossible joints. Tekahurangi entered the chamber at a run, not because he loved haste, but because hesitation in that place meant burial. The duel that followed felt like drowning in negative light. No flame, no clean witchfire. The place denied such splendor. Instead, there were pressure waves that made blood leak from eyes, lances of absence that peeled thought from the inside of the skull, and blue-white counterflares Tekahurangi ripped out of himself with such violence that Tahu felt his own teeth ache in sympathy. One cryptek raised a staff, and an entire section of the chamber floor folded upward into razored crystal to impale the intruders. Tekahurangi cut the motion aside with a gesture that left blood flying from his ears. A null construct struck him from the flank in a blur of bladed limbs. He seized it with one gauntleted hand and fed so much force through it that the thing came apart screaming in lightless static, its pieces rattling across the crystal like hail on a crypt roof. By the end of it, the librarian was on one knee, one side of his face blackened by burst vessels under the skin, while the cryptex shattered one by one around him in showers of broken necrodermis and collapsing fields. The chamber's dead pool went unstable. Tahu and the other surviving thralls were driven flat by the backlash. When he rose again, the way ahead had opened, though 3 more men were down, one with blood pouring from his mouth in such quantity there was no life left in him to save. Tyberos took the opened way and made it his own. Whatever else he was, Tahu thought as he stumbled after the slaughter, the chapter master truly was among the deadliest close combat monsters the Imperium had birthed. He had seen Tyberos in void boarding, in trench war, in the king's outer halls. Here, in the black heart of the tomb core, the Red Wake became something almost mythic by the standards of an age already drowning in myth. Guardian formation after Guardian formation broke against him and died in pieces. Lychguard locked their shields and war scythes in dynastic wall discipline. Tyberos smashed into the center and ripped a path through them wide enough for Terminators to follow. Praetorians descended from upper galleries with rods ignited and jump matrices hissing. He met them mid-fall, carving one apart from throat to pelvis, seizing another by the face and driving its skull into a pylon, hard enough to burst the crystal into knife showers. A triad of heavy guardians advanced abreast, carrying ancient halberd weapons that left dead trails in the air. Hunger punched through the first, Slake eviscerated the second, and Tyberos, headbutted the third hard enough to collapse its head casing inward, before finishing it in a spray of severed limbs and pulped metal. He fought not as a duelist, but as predatory extinction, direct. Wasteful only in the sense that avalanches were wasteful. Every kill made room. Every torn body became cover, obstruction, or warning to the next. Then the tomb core opened at last. The final hall was not truly a hall. It was a kingdom turned inward. The chamber spread so far and so high that Tahu's first instinct was to think he had stepped outside onto some dead-lit plain beneath an underground night. Black crystal towers rose in concentric orders around a central abyss of machinery and light. Null pylons ringed that abyss by the thousands, each one feeding lines of dead energy into the structure suspended at its heart. Metallic bridges, processional causeways, and elevated cathedra crossed the gulf in stately geometry, all of it built around one impossible truth. The Null Crown stood revealed in full. It was colossal beyond sane measure, a machine not installed in the chamber, but growing out of it, rooted through moon, planet, and buried necropolis alike. Crown blades the size of hive spires arched upward from its base in a circle of monumental teeth, each one alive with flowing constellations of green-white command light. Rings larger than cities turned within and beneath it, in silence broken only by the groan of tectonic scale forces. Dead energy bled from the machine in visible sheets, climbing the chamber walls, the pylon forests, the black crystal towers, and beyond them into the system's failing stars. Tahu felt it even through the dull numbness that long exposure to the crown had hammered into him. The thing was not merely waking, it was already reaching outward, touching suns and lanes and worlds with fingers of planned extinction. Around its lower approaches waited the king's final court. Praetorians by the score, Lichguard in ceremonial ranks. War engines hung above the approach bridges like captive suns wrought in black and gold. And there, above a broad causeway of black glass descending toward the crown's core node, the dais of dominion moved into view. This time, there was no half-concealment, no distant command presence masked by court and engine. The silent king came in person. He rode or stood upon the dais with the inevitability of a verdict, regal beyond human analogies, his necrodermis form wrought in majesty too severe to call ornate. Crown forms rose behind and around him. The Triarch flanked him, and their paired voices rolled over the chamber before the last echoes of battle had died. "You have come farther than was efficient," they said. Tyberos stepped onto the black glass bridge leading toward the dais. His surviving brothers formed up behind him in battered silence, red brethren reduced, blood wet, smoking from broken seals and fresh wounds, but still present. The king's voice continued. "The losses of lesser dynasts are acceptable. Your slaughter of them has not inconvenienced me. Their deaths have purchased useful measure." The words were not taunt. They were dismissal sharpened by truth. Everywhere around the crown lay proof of it. Guardians spent, phalanxes broken, yet the machine still rose. The king still stood. The design still functioned. The Triarch turned slightly, and all the waiting constructs and phalanxes answered. Mark all remaining living organisms in this chamber for extinction. Tyberos's answer was action. He did not throw every surviving brother straight at the dais. He sent them to die with purpose. Lock points along the bridge approaches, the pylon clusters, and the flanking cathedra glowed on his visor runes. Without needing more than a handful of clipped vox commands, the remaining Carcharodons split and charged. One squad went left into a high gallery, where Gauss batteries were beginning to align for enfilade fire. They disappeared into a wall of green light and exploding crystal, buying seconds with their bodies. Another hurled themselves into the pylon route at the right flank, chain fists roaring as they carved into the housings to jam a defensive field before Lichguard flooded over them. Tahu saw one veteran drag a wounded brother bodily into position against a lock column and detonate his own melter charges when the machine nobles reached them both, taking himself, the enemy, and the pylon node in a sun-bright collapse. Sacrificial lock points. Tyberos was spending his chapter as he had promised he would. The path opened by those deaths was narrow and filthy and enough. Tahu found himself near the central control dais for the final bridge lock, with a recall rune blinking on the slate at his belt. Withdrawal remained possible from that point. Tekahurangi, staggering from exertion, barked the order for non-essential personnel to fall back behind the assault wedge and preserve the route data. The words reached Tahu. He understood them. He looked back once toward the way they had come, toward some thinner chance of survival in the black galleries. Then he looked ahead. Tyberos was already moving up the glass bridge through killing fire. Red brethren were dying to either side to hold open the approach. The final lock seal at the bridge's inner span had not yet responded to the stolen codes because the plinth housing was half fused by earlier weapon fire. If it failed, the path would close, and every death spent to open it would mean nothing. Tahu ran toward the plinth, not because he had become brave in the noble sense, not because he wished for glory, because too much blood had already paid for that bridge, and he could not endure the thought of all those names returning to the gene caskets for nothing. A gorse beam tore through his left shoulder and spun him halfway around before he even understood he had been hit. His arm went numb. Heat and cold flooded him together. He fell against the plinth, smearing blood across ancient glyphs, and jammed the code casket home with his good hand, while alarms shrieked in machine voices older than mankind. A Praetorian turned toward him from the edge of the bridge. Tahu drew his sidearm and fired until the slide locked empty. 2 shots sparked off chest plating. The third took the thing in one optic lens and made it stagger just enough for a battle brother to hit it from the side and send both of them crashing into the abyss below. The bridge lock disengaged. A black slab the thickness of a fortress wall ground sideways. The inner span opened. Tahu could have crawled back then, could have lived perhaps another hour, perhaps longer. Instead, he slumped beside the blood-slick plinth and kept feeding fresh route data into the machine while the assault thundered past him, one mortal set of hands doing the small, ugly work that let giants murder kings. Ahead, at the foot of the crown, the final distance vanished. The Silent King let the dais descend. Its war engines brightened, Praetorians converged. The king no longer delegated the endgame to servants because Tyberos had at last become worthy of direct attention. Between them rose the machine that could murder a region of space, shedding dead light over black glass and the heaps of those already fed to its waking. Tyberos came on through the storm, claws alive, armor broken, every step a denial of the impossible scale before him. The Triarch spoke one last time before impact. "You have made yourself significant." Tyberos did not slow. "I came to kill you." Then he hit the foot of the dais, and the duel began beneath the crown. Tyberos met the Silent King at the foot of the crown, while the black heart of the Ghoul stars beat itself toward a silence the galaxy could not survive. For one suspended instant before impact, the chamber held its breath around them. The null crown towered above in all its colossal obscenity, its crown blades and turning rings shedding dead light over the black glass approaches and the heaps of butchered bodies that had paid for this final road. Beneath that impossible machine stood 2 answers to the age. One was old as dynastic shame, regal with the authority of a species that had looked upon the stars and believed them theirs by right. The other was a weapon dragged from the outer dark in the shape of a man, bred only to kill and to go on killing, long after any gentler thing would have sought a reason to stop. Both were terrible. Both, in some cold and fatal measure, were right. The galaxy had no future that could bear either answer unchallenged. Tyberos struck first. He did not circle. He did not test distance with the vanity of duelists. He hit the dais like a murder weapon given a body, shock fast despite all his bulk, every kilogram of Terminator plate and bred killing strength committed to one brutal law. Close, faster, tear the center out, hunger and slake, scream to life in twin cages of pale violence. The first arc of his claws struck not flesh, but the king's protective war structure, the orbiting lattice of command engines and field arrays around the dais. The impact tore one shield node apart in a blossom of green-white shards. A lesser being would have been vaporized before ever crossing that threshold. Tyberos smashed through it on momentum and hatred alone. Force fields burst around him like cathedral windows struck by artillery. Dead light cascaded across his armor, stripping paint, charring ceramite and cooking the blood already crusted in its seams. He came through regardless and landed on the black glass rise below the king's dais, hard enough to crack the surface under his boots. The silent king moved, not with haste. Haste belonged to flesh and fear. He fought like empire made animate, like rule itself descending into personal violence. His command arrays shifted in measured geometries around him. The dais, re-angled beneath his will. Beams of force, impossible vectors of light and pressure, converged upon Tyberos with regal contempt. One caught the chapter master along the flank and lifted him clear off the glass, throwing him bodily through the shattered corpse of a praetorian. He hit a pylon base hard enough to send black crystal spraying in knife-edged fragments, then surged forward again before the debris finished falling. The Triarch spoke over the clash. "You preserve by butchery." Tyberos answered by tearing the head and one shoulder from a lich guard that tried to bar his approach. "We preserve by winning." The words were almost lost beneath the greater violence. Around them, the surviving Red Brethren and Dynastic Guard fell upon one another in a final convulsion of close-quarters slaughter. War scythes rose and fell. Storm bolters hammered point-blank. Terminator armor split in smoking slabs. Necrodermis bodies came apart in showers of black shards and shrieking. Green discharge. A Red Brother lost both legs to a paired scythe cut, hit the glass on his back, and still reached up to drive a chain fist through the abdomen of the Lich Guard above him, before the second killing stroke took his head. Another Battle Brother used the last seconds of his life to jam a melter charge into a war engine's lower housing, and hold it there until both he and the machine vanished in a white sphere of collapsing metal. Tyberos paid no mind to any of it, except as a path. He tore through the next ring of honor guard with ruinous intimacy. Hunger punched through a Praetorian's chest and ripped the construct open from sternum to spine. Slake caught a descending war scythe haft and split it, then carried on through the wielder's neck in a burst of severed cables and spinning skull fragments. He drove his shoulder into another guard hard enough to fold the Xeno's thing over backward, then stamped its chest cavity flat beneath one armored boot as he climbed the lower rise of the dais itself. The Silent King met him there. No servant interposed. No machine swallowed the blow for him. Sovereign and predator closed within the radius, where killing became personal, and all philosophies had to survive contact with teeth. Jarek's body was not made for frenzy, and yet nothing about him was slow. His movements were measured the way orbital death was measured. Exact, unanswerably timed. He turned one impossible staff blade or command scepter or old royal weapon in a pattern too ancient to reduce to any mortal school of war, and the first exchange struck Tyberos back 3 paces. The blow landed across the chapter master's upper chest and left a wound that would have split a battle tank's glacis. Ceramite burst outward. Flesh beneath opened in a red-black smile. One of Tyberos's secondary hearts pumped blood down the front of his armor in thick ropes before emergency systems sealed half the damage with hissing chems and hardening foam. Tyberos came on anyway. "Good," the Triarch said through the king's stillness. You can be taught. Tyberos hit the dais again, and answered with a snarl that might once have been language before war had refined it. I came to carve. He did. He carved through the next sweep of defensive light, taking the beam across one shoulder hard enough to blast half the pauldron into molten ruin, and buried hunger into a command spar rising from the dais flank. The protective structure screamed. Green-white lightning bucked through the war engine lattice around the throne. Another lesser shield collapsed. The black glass under the king's feet fissured. That was Tyberos's proof. Not speech, not boast. He had reached the dais and wounded its protections where lesser beings would have ceased to exist as coherent matter the instant they crossed the threshold. Every surviving eye in that chamber, human, Astartes, Necron or other, saw it. The silent king answered with a scale of violence that made such feats seem local. He struck Tyberos once at near point-blank range with a burst of force and command light that cratered the dais, pulverized 2 fallen Lich Guard under the spill of it, and drove the chapter master down to one knee. In the same instant, without any visible strain, he redistributed orbiting war engines around the crown, ordered fire lanes across the flanking bridges, and altered the movement priorities of phalanxes, still fighting in the chamber's outer reaches. The wider battle obeyed him, while he battered Tyberos toward death at arm's length. That was his proof. That was what Empire meant when it learned to wear a body. The Triarch's voices rolled over the shuddering chamber. You mistake closeness for parity. Tyberos spat blood across the black glass. I mistake nothing. He lunged low, all weight and claws an impossible refusal. Slake punched through a field flare and took a section from the dais rim, tearing loose a slab of black metal large enough to crush a rhino. Hunger followed, ripping through the exposed understructure beneath. One orbiting engine dipped out of pattern, another struck its neighbor. For a heartbeat, the king's perfect geometry faltered again. Tyberos rose into that heartbeat and reached him. Claws screeched across regal necrodermis. Not a killing stroke. Not deep enough, but enough to score the sovereign body. Enough to send sparks and old metal fragments hissing across the throne rise. Enough that even Tahu, bleeding and half collapsed beside the open bridge plinth far below, understood he had seen the impossible. The red wake had marked the king. The chamber convulsed around the wound. At the edges of the tomb core, where the last ordered kill lines and sealed approaches had begun to fail under sustained war and the crown's dead song, new things arrived to answer the ruin. Tyrannid remnants punched into the chamber first, not in disciplined wave or synaptic grandeur, but as the broken survivors of a feast refused. Warrior broods missing limbs and dripping black ichor from cauterized beam wounds came clattering through collapsed upper galleries. Gaunt swarms poured from ruptured transit ducts and dead service wells, driven madder than before by the crown's pressure and the density of living and dying flesh in the core. A screamer killer half flensed down one side, burst through a black crystal colonnade in a shower of shards, and came roaring into a knot of Necron Praetorians, tearing one in half before Gauss fire from 3 directions reduced it to exposed bone and boiling organ slurry. The Ghoul stars answered too, things from the undercities and corpse warrens, pale scavenger horrors and bone country nightforms driven upward by battle and the breaking of old seals, spilled from forgotten vents and side catacombs into the lower galleries. Hook-backed flesh-eaters with iron piercings through grave-wax skin, blind white things with many joints and mouths full of human teeth, ossified mutants carrying half-remembered shrine chains and sharpened femurs as weapons. They came because the chamber had become a wound large enough to smell from the dark between levels. Praetorians cut them down in sheaves. Tyrannids fell on them and shredded them. Some reached human dead and began feeding where they stood, until shellfire or Gauss light ripped them apart. The throne chamber became wider catastrophe. Bridges collapsed. Crystal towers burst under misdirected war engine fire. Pylon forests went unstable, where sacrificial Carcharodon charges bit too deep into their roots. Every faction of death in the region had been drawn into the chamber now, each feeding the next. The Null crown sang over all of it, its dead energy turning fresh slaughter into liturgy. Tyberos saw the widening collapse and made his purest cruelty into command. He voxed the surviving brothers not around him, but across the flanks, the pylon routes, the broken galleries where they still held against impossible odds. Hold. One word. The line cracked with acknowledgements, clipped and final. Marked. Taken. Until death. He did not tell them relief would come. He did not promise the chapter would remember with warmth. He gave them the old law and spent them under it. Hold and die. Buy seconds. Buy one opening. Buy one strike with everything that remained of the brotherhood that had followed him into the heart of the dead. Across the chamber, the silent king mirrored that cruelty on his own scale. One outer phalanx had begun to buckle under the collision of tyrannid remnants and a pylon overload. A lesser dynast voice signaled for redeployment priority. Sharek dismissed it with a pulse from the dais. Commit them, the Triarch said. The entire cohort advanced into a collapsing bridge zone, already half consumed by black fire and structural failure, not because it could survive there, but because its destruction in place would preserve the king's central timing by a handful of breaths. Hundreds of machine warriors, perhaps thousands, marched into annihilation with the obedience only true deathlessness could sustain. Another command pulse sent an attendant war engine and its escort lattice directly into a tyrannid breach point at the chamber rim, self-immolating machine royalty and phalanx alike, in order to deny the swarm entry to one upper control gallery for a few seconds more. Both leaders revealed themselves fully then, neither kind, neither sane by mortal measure. Both willing to spend their own with the same pitiless precision they spent strangers, because the shape of the future mattered more to them than any one life or thousand. Tyberos's brothers died under that order in ways Tahu would never cleanse from memory. One lockpoint squad on the right bridge fought until the last surviving Terminator, both arms gone below the elbow, used the stumps of his ruined limbs to pin a lich guard against a pylon housing long enough for the melter charges on his chest to cook off and take the whole bridge section with him. Another knot of battle brothers in the left gallery held against Praetorians, gaunts and boned things together until their guns ran dry, then used the corpses of the dead as footing to keep swinging chain blades clogged so thick with gristle and metal dust they screamed like animals while they bit. Tyberos gave them no glance. He drove at the king again. The silent king met him with contempt, sharpened into action. Each stroke of his weapon or will threatened to end the chapter master outright. One command light sweep hit Tyberos across the helm and ripped the top half of it away in molten chunks, exposing blood-slick scalp and one side of a face cut open to pale bone. Another force blow shattered the dais beneath them and hurled the chapter master backward through a flanking rail, dropping him a level down onto a lower glass platform in a crash of black shards and sparks. Tahu thought, with the sick certainty of a witness, that the red wake had finally been broken. Then Tyberos rose again. Half his face was ruin. Blood sheeted down his neck seals. One claw guttered erratically, its field emitters screaming under overload. He rose anyway and launched himself upward off the lower platform in a jump. No armor of that mass should have managed, catching the broken edge of the dais with one functioning claw and dragging himself back toward the king like some abyssal thing climbing into a ship to finish feeding. The Triarch's voices, for the first time, carried something like colder emphasis. Refuse death long enough, and you become its servant. Tyberos hauled himself level with the throne rise and answered through blood. We were made for that. The next exchange decided the crown, not the king, not the Duel entire, the machine. Tyberos did not reach for Sarek directly. He reached past him, whether it was instinct, Tekahurangi's earlier warnings burned into his hunt sense, or the cold genius of a killer who could read battle as scripture. Tahu would never know. The chapter master saw the vulnerable harmony hidden beneath the king's immediate defense. A nexus of command conduits, a crown root relay binding the dais to the larger activation geometry. It sat half exposed where his previous tearing had scarred the protective structure. Not enough to kill the sovereign, enough to wound the design. Tyberos threw everything into that strike. Hunger took the first conduit cluster in a burst of green-white agony. Slake plunged deep into the relay spine beneath. He tore downward and outward with such force that even his damaged armored frame screamed in protest. The black glass rise burst. Crown light lashed out in wild arcs. One of the monumental crown blades above gave a grinding, impossible shudder and shifted out of perfect alignment by a tiny degree. Tiny for a machine the size of a kingdom, catastrophic for a system built on exactness. The null crown screamed, not with sound alone, though sound came, a note so deep and wrong that Tahu felt blood run from one ear and saw tyrannids thrashing themselves apart under the pressure of it. The machine screamed in light, in shifting gravity, in dead energy bleeding wild into the chamber and outward into the system. The perfect activation was crippled at the very moment of triumph. A scar ripped through the king's design, running from the dais root through the relay geometry and up into the monumental architecture of the crown itself. The silent king moved then with something beyond contempt, not panic, never that, but immediate and absolute reprioritization. His answering blow hit Tyberos like a collapsing fortress. Force, light, and old authority drove the chapter master down into the broken rise and nearly folded him in half. Tahu heard ribs go through the external vox like snapped rods. One leg armor lock. Burst. Both claws sparked madly. Tyberos rolled once through the rubble and tried to rise on one knee, then one hand, more butchered than standing, and still sought the king. But the damage was done. Not enough to stop the crown, enough to ruin perfection, enough to turn precise activation into a wound spreading through a machine built to make wounds in space itself. All around them, the chamber began to break apart. Pylon forests burst in sequence as dead energy fed back through damaged roots. Upper galleries sagged and fell. Sections of the dais lost coherence and shed black metal fragments the size of tanks into the abyss beneath. The tyrannid remnants went madder still, driven into frenzy by the machine's shriek. Ghoul stars' horrors flooded any opening not yet sealed by fire. The stars beyond the chamber, glimpsed through upper ruptures and impossible light shafts, seemed to flicker in their courses. System alarms went mad, fleet channels filled with overlapping catastrophe. Ships in orbit reported gravity tides where none should be, dead lanes opening and twisting around Varax, debris fields accelerating, moons groaning, stations shearing loose from their anchor vectors. On Varax Primus itself, whole hive flanks cracked further open as the wounded crown dragged against the buried necropolis in wounded ascent. The system was breaking apart around them. Tahu dragged himself half upright by the ruined plinth and saw the final image of that meeting through smoke, blood, and cascading green light. Tyberos, half destroyed and still reaching. The silent king, scarred in body and design alike, standing amid the collapse with all the cold wrath of a sovereign, denied clean victory. Neither dead, neither done. The chapter title lived in that instant and in all the corpses that had bought it. When Tyberos met the silent king, the result was not conquest, not even simple defeat. It was mutual ruin inflicted upon futures too vast and pitiless to coexist. Predator against sovereign, hunger against order, both terrible, both right enough to doom worlds. Then the dais split under them, and the war fell into its ending. The crown did not die cleanly. Perfection had been denied it. That much Tyberos had bought with blood, brothers, and the deliberate ruin of a design too vast for any mortal war to have fully understood. Yet the wound he tore into it was not mercy. It was injury dealt to a kingdom-sized machine already half awake, already shedding its dead will into the stars. So when the broken harmonies of the null crown finally failed, they failed like a great beast, trying to complete the motion of its own execution. The first detonation came in silence. Not true silence, for Tahu's ears were full of screaming metal and the dying shrieks of tyrannids, of collapsing bridges and the wet coughing of men drowning in their own blood. Yet for one heartbeat, the chamber lost all lesser sound beneath a pressure so profound, it seemed the universe itself had inhaled and forgotten to breathe out. The green-white arteries of the crown brightened beyond pain. Every pylon in the tomb core flashed. The black glass beneath Tahu's hands turned white from within, lit by dead fire rising through its impossible depths. Then the machine convulsed. Not one blast, a chain of wounded births. Crown blades the size of hive spires shifted out of line and sheared through the chamber's upper dark. Whole sections of the dais vanished in sheets of impossible light. Null pylons burst from base to tip, not into flame, but into glittering cataracts of dead matter that fell through the air like powdered stars. The great turning rings below the crown seized, lurched, and ground against one another with tectonic force. The noise of it hit a heartbeat later, a note of metal, stone, and reality itself being dragged across a wound. Everything living in the tomb core paid for it. Tahu slammed face down against the shattered plinth and bit through his own tongue as the pressure hit. Blood filled his mouth. For one instant he saw his hands as white bone within red flesh, not from Gauss fire, but from the crown's malformed outcry, stripping the world into layers of wrongness. Nearby, a wounded Carcharodon armsman burst at the eyes, every vessel in his face rupturing at once before the rest of him followed into stillness. A tyrannid warrior, caught in the open, simply collapsed inward as its synaptic coherence tore apart, black ichor spraying from joints and mouth while the creature clawed uselessly at the floor. Above all of it, through smoke and disintegrating light, Tahu saw the silent king standing on the broken remnant of his dais. He had not fallen. Scarred, yes. One side of his regal form marked by Tyberos's claw strike, command structures around him cracked and misaligned, but still upright in all the appalling poise of undying authority. Around him the Triarch's paired voices rang out through a chamber. No longer interested in staying whole. Withdraw all recoverable assets, seal the inner vectors, abandon the unstable galleries. No lament, no wrath, no effort to claw back sentiment from catastrophe. He took what fragments of victory remained and discarded the rest at once. Dynastic guards still fighting in the outer approaches received no rescue if their extraction endangered higher priorities. War engines too damaged to rejoin formation were left where they hung, their machine deaths accounted as acceptable subtraction. The dead moon itself groaned around the king's withdrawal, but his will did not waver. The crown had been denied its clean solution, so he turned instantly to preserving what could still be preserved for future dominion. That was how ancient sovereignty bled, without complaint, without pause, without one wasted grain of pity. Tyberos rose through the same collapse like a murder not yet finished with its work. He came up from the ruins of the split dais, half destroyed, one leg dragging, armor burst open in a dozen places, one side of his face flayed down to pale bone and leaking blood through the cracked gorget seals. One claw hung dead and blackened, the other still sparked with intermittent killing light. Tahu had seen space marines wounded before. He had never seen one stand at the edge of such ruin and still feel inevitable. The chapter master looked once toward the withdrawing king. It was not enough. It would never be enough. Not today. not in that breaking chamber with the crown convulsing above them and whole tiers of the necropolis beginning to collapse into each other. He voxed a single command: extract. The surviving Carcharodons moved at once, even those who had minutes of life left in them at most. That was the final discipline of the chapter. No grief, no last stand for pride's sake when the hunt demanded something else. Red brethren and line brethren alike broke from the dying lock points, dragging their wounded, carrying gene seed caskets, slinging broken brothers over blackened pauldrons, while melter charges and collapsed detonators were planted behind them to deny the king clean reclamation of the wounded core. To Kaharangi, white with blood loss and almost blind beneath the psychic burn that had hollowed his face, staggered through the retreat vectors, barking route corrections while using the last ragged shreds of his strength to guide them around dead lanes opening underfoot like wounds in the structure of space. Tahu tried to rise and almost failed. His left arm hung useless from the shoulder where the Gauss beam had taken him. The sidearm at his belt was empty. His legs shook so hard he thought they might snap. Yet when one of the chapter's veteran voidsmen reached for him, he waved the hand away and got to his feet himself, because the dead around him had bought too much ground for him to leave it crawling. They withdrew through Apocalypse. Behind them, the Tomb Core collapsed in stages as the wounded crown continued to discharge imperfectly into the system. Bridges of black glass sagged, split and fell into abyssal depths, alive with green lightning. Crystal towers burst outward into storms of razored shards that flensed skin and chewed armor to rags. Necron phalanxes trying to establish clean extraction corridors disappeared under slabs of falling tomb architecture or vanished into patches of dead light where reality itself had gone thin and wrong. Tyrannid remnants clawed after everything that moved until pylon feedback turned them inside out or buried them beneath kilotons of descending crystal and stone. The way out crossed galleries newly made into grave canyons. Tahu ran over drifts of fresh dead so deep his boots sank to the ankle in blood, brain matter, machine oil, and the loosened guts of men and monsters alike. Once he glanced down and saw the face of a bondsman he had known pressed into the black slurry beneath a dead Lichguard and the split ribcage of some undercity horror, all three mashed together into one anonymous layer of the war's final accounting. No one had time to stop. No one had time to remember. The dead moon above them was dying too. By the time the survivors burst from the inner tomb rings and fought their way back toward the extraction points, the whole lunar crust had begun to shift under the broken crown's feedback. Glass planes cracked in continent-long lines. Tomb towers sank or rose without warning as ancient foundations failed. Sections of the outer ring simply detached and fell inward in slow, majestic ruin. Overhead, through rents in the crust and burned open vault seams, Tahu saw orbit in fragments, burning bioships trailing flesh and fire, crippled escorts shearing apart in warped lanes, crescents of Necron craft withdrawing in ordered silence while debris storms and dead energy flares chased them into the black. The Nikor's landers came in through all of that, flying like blades, between worlds being murdered. Tyberos was among the last aboard. He hauled one fallen red brother bodily into the transport, well before allowing the deck crews to try and steady his own broken frame. Even then, he did not sag or ask for aid. He turned once toward the burning moon, toward the deeper wound below where the king had gone, and Tahu saw in the half-ruined face nothing like satisfaction, only the savage record of unfinished work. The Varax cluster did not die in one moment after that. It spoiled. The wounded crown detonated imperfectly across the days that followed, its crippled activation rippling through the system in widening aftershocks of null pressure and gravitational wrongness. It never achieved the Silent King's clean, sterilizing order. It achieved something harsher in its failure. Whole regions of the inner lanes went dead, translation points becoming blind wounds in the void where ships entered and did not return or returned with crews drooling and senseless, their machine spirits burnt into permanent muttering confusion. Astropathic communication between systems within the cluster collapsed into broken bursts, and then ghost static. One of Varax's suns dimmed by measurable degrees, its light taking on a corpse-yellow weakness that painted every world beneath it, like a cadaver left too long in the rain. Another star in the outer range began to spit flares of wrong color that turned night skies green over worlds no one would ever again call healthy. Null scars spread through space like old burns reopening. Worlds lived under them if they lived at all. Varax Primus survived in the technical sense. Its hive cities stood in maimed profiles above ash deserts, and undercities split open to reveal black necropolis beneath. But whole districts were now sterile and ghostlit, their vox systems dead, their lower populations reduced to silent shamblers, with burst capillaries in the eyes and minds, half erased by the crown's wounded breath. Varax Secundus became a shrine world only in the bitterest language. Its basilicas and pilgrim roads turned into fields of fused glass, blackened vertebrae and wind-blown prayer strips welded into the slag. Mining moons around the cluster spun on with their populations butchered down to laborable remnants, haunted by dead communication, intermittent green flares beneath the crust, and nights in which the survivors woke screaming because they could hear no voices in their dreams. Billions were gone. The few who remained did not emerge into salvation. They emerged into tithe, ruin, famine, and the slow brutality of being counted useful after the end of the world had failed to finish them. Tyberos did not play savior in that aftermath. Tahu saw that as plainly as he had seen every other law of the war. The chapter master permitted certain populations to live where those populations still served a purpose. Male youths of suitable stock were taken for testing, screening, and the long, terrible uncertainties of recruitment. Void-capable labor gangs were bound into the chapter's fleet trains to replace those spent on Varax and in the outer system. Manufactoria serfs with useful hands were marked for transport. Whole refugee pockets were stripped for labor, ammunition salvage, fuel processing, and corpse disposal, before being left under the rule of whatever hard men remained capable of keeping discipline in the ruins. Others were abandoned entirely, not from malice, but because they offered no further utility. Some survivors he left alive for another reason: witness. Tahu understood that when he saw Tyberos pass through a shattered embarkation yard on Varax Primus, where several thousand refugees had been penned under armsman guard. They were broken men now, soot-black, hungry, eyes gone flat from too much death and too little sleep. Tyberos looked over them once and gave no speech, yet he did not order them shot, nor tithed into immediate labor. Columns, nor burned as contamination risks. He simply left them there under hard discipline, with enough ration stock to endure. Not mercy, memory. Let them live and speak. Let them carry the story of what had come out of the dead moon and what had met it there. Let terror do its own recruiting for the Imperium's outer dark. Imperial records would later quarrel over the meaning of the war. Tahu heard fragments of that, even before the Nicor left the poison cluster behind. Surviving Administratum adepts drafted one version that called Tyberos the savior of Varax, the slayer who had denied the Xenos king complete victory. Naval officers wrote another in private logs, more honest, naming him the architect of a rescue measured only in degrees of annihilation. Shrine worlds and broken hives produced their own martyr texts, in which he became the Emperor's shark-toothed wrath descending upon the godless dead. Yet among the hardest survivors, among the men who had seen the trenches, close and the refugee roads burned, the judgment was narrower and more cutting. He had prevented a worse extinction by means of one of his own. That was all. That was everything. Necron memory, had any human possessed the means to read it whole, would have been colder still. Not defeat, Interruption. A design wounded. A timetable corrupted. A necessary withdrawal from an unstable theatre while preserving the sovereign body and viable fragments of the wider objective. Even that harsher truth suited the age better than triumph ever could. The Silent King had not been killed. He had not been driven into rout. Somewhere in the black beyond Varax, his ships continued their ordered withdrawal, and then their ordered march beyond that, carrying scars and calculations alike into the next campaign. The galaxy had not rid itself of him. It had merely forced him to proceed by a bloodier route. Tahu survived all of it, and in the end, he understood the one lesson the war had carved deepest. Not that mankind had been saved, not that the Emperor watched and delivered, not that heroism triumphed over cold ancient evil. He survived because two greater predators chose to tear at each other first. That was the truth beneath every prayer strip fluttering over the ruins, beneath every data slate naming the dead, beneath every fleet report and shrine, litany trying to force meaning into a catastrophe too large for most men to hold. The Silent King had looked upon humanity and seen acceptable subtraction. Tyberos had looked upon the same masses and seen expenditure, bait, witness, breeding stock, and labor. Between those visions, some few had continued breathing only because the king and the Shark Lord each judged the other the more urgent kill. The Nikkor left the Varax cluster through a lane so badly scarred by null pressure that the ship's hull groaned like an old wound being reopened all along its length. Behind it drifted crippled worlds and dead-lit moons turning under, wounded suns. Ahead lay only the wider dark, and whatever further hunt Tyberos would choose when this one had finally stopped bleeding. Tahu stood in the observation gallery, outside the command deck, with one arm in a synth sling and scar tissue climbing his shoulder and neck like badly healed lightning. He was thinner than when the war began, older too, though the calendar could not have measured that properly. Below him, deck thralls and battle serfs moved in hushed efficiency around salvaged armor, fresh gene caskets, and the quiet labor of counting what the chapter still possessed. Beyond the armor glass hung a star that had once burned stronger. Now it looked sick, diminished, not dead, but touched in a way stars should never be touched. Tyberos stood before it, alone. Half ruined and still upright in his armor, the chapter master gazed into that corpse-yellow light without moving. Fresh repairs crossed his battle plate in ugly functional bands. One side of his face was newly sealed in graft and scar where bone had shown. He did not seem diminished by the damage. He seemed marked by it, as a blade is marked by hard use and made only more itself. Tahu watched him and thought of the king withdrawing somewhere beyond sight, of cold dynastic fleets vanishing into the black with their wounded sovereign at their heart, of a future in which these two powers would inevitably cross again, because neither could permit the other to remain unbroken forever. The dead star burned weakly between them. Somewhere in that same darkness, the Silent King continued his march. Tyberos stood and looked after him, as though the void itself were a wound he meant to open wider when strength allowed. Both were alive. Both were owed another war.